Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. The Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at King's. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king, obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kuru's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like
Минимум дамы. Минимум дамы, не годится.
I know.
Никогда. Просто
You don't know about that.
здорово.
Well,
Первый раз он исполнил, прикинь.
comments
Да,
aside,
за что я говорю, да, да,
we're gonna
да.
play
Я
for
бы сколько
760.
заработал такую
Look
карту.
at the class.
Здорово.
Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like,
Why you do this?
hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
Time for slow.
be careful who you make enemies of.
Нормально.
Yeah, changing the ego 2-3 minutes.
Paired flop. Presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen. And the 9 on the turn. A dagger. Delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
GG.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks in this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
No, this vapes.
Řekněte, ať slyšíš barů, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různé.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. You'll viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks in this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Milica.
Indeed, that's what he's doing, taking the risk, folks, showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look.
If Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elkie taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with Ace King.
You're all in, right?
But you're right, probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
Because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was very immediate in her action.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there is one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice fold, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Not one jack.
Bottom for Austin.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it's
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Nice.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there,
Very good fold.
and how Rob would act.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Hello everybody and welcome back for the final day of the WSOP C No Limit Hold'em mini main event. Here's a look at the current chip counts
on the featured table. Domenico currently slightly out ahead, although three German players obviously sitting on similar chip stacks up there, and then also we have three players down the bottom, similar chip stacks, and a couple in the middle there. No one's overly short at the moment, less than 10 bigs. Let's shuffle up and deal. So this is George here, everybody. I was with you all yesterday. I'll be back commentating through to the end of the final day today, till we just have one player left who will take home the ring and €116,400, plus a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We're down to the final 24 players, average being 7.5 million in chips. With big blind, with the blinds of 150,000, 300,000 and a 300,000 big blind ante. Oh, I was going to push all in with his pocket twos there. Blind v blind, pick up a pair. Easy decision, should I say, to shove there. Picks up the blinds. Oh dear, Olaf's going to open the betting under the gun with a 2.25 bigs raise of pocket tens. And straight after him, Daniel wakes up with the aces. This could be about to get interesting. Oh, trappy trappy. He decides just to flat call the raise of the aces. Obviously from such an early position there with the aces, he's hoping that just a flat call could entice a 3-bet from another player later on. It does price in Frank from the big blind with his Jack-9, although he does choose to let it go. This is a dangerous board. They both have a huge overpair to that flop. Oh, all in and a snap call, and Olaf is going to get shown the bad news. He cannot believe it. The aces are all in at risk. Huge favourite here for a double up. But of course the 10s are still live. No 10s have been folded, but he is looking for one of the 2 10s left in the deck to eliminate Daniel, or he'll be getting a full double up here. And he can't find it. Daniel will double up with the aces, pushing Olaf down now to one of the shorter stacks on the table. Oh, Frank picks up the ladies as it folds round to him, blind v blind, after the big blind has just gone down into one of these shorter stacks on the table, losing an all in that previous hand. Frank could be about to target him here, making it look like he's bullying. Oh, he could just limp in, hoping that Olaf will improve here on the flop. Good flop for Frank. He picks up the backdoor heart draw as well as no ace or king coming out. He's going to keep laying the trap and hope that Olaf gets there with anything. Unfortunately for Frank, Olaf has not got there with anything at all. And Frank is going to really struggle to get any value out of him here. And yeah, obviously snap folder is 8 high there. It's unfortunate for Frank. Just as important as picking up big hands like that is having obviously somebody else pick up something playable as well. When you're only against one other person, they have 8-5 off and don't even hit any of it. There's just no value you're going to get out of a big hand like pocket queens there. So let me know, guys, do any of you watching know any of the players on this current feature table or in final day at all? Anybody that may be joining us, there is a table redraw at 16 players left. Final 2 tables will have a redraw and then they will redraw again for final table. We will obviously be watching this all the way through to the end. So let me know who you guys are rooting for. If there's anyone who you want to see do well, anyone who you want to see win it. So this one just going to fold all the way around here, and unless Daniel decides to make a move here, we might see a walk. Juice still limp with his 8-5, and Domenico in the big blind has the exact same hand with the reverse suits. 8-5 off, 1 heart, 1 club. They both hit the 5 with backdoor straight draws here. This one will probably just come down to who wants it more. And there you go. Domenico was the one who wanted it more. He continued on the flop, continued on the turn, and it was enough to scare off his customer. Top of the morning to ya. This one, again, just going to fold round to blind v blind. Except this time, Domenico definitely has a playable hand from the small blind once folded round to Queen 8 diamonds. Ooh, diamonds could make this hand very interesting, as Giuseppe has woken up with Ace 3 of diamonds. He pushes all in for 11 big blinds. With a suited ace, blind v blind, absolutely. Domenico's going to have to let this one go here. It could become very interesting if he does. Cool, as you can see, the percentages are a lot more even than you'd expect them to be, with obviously his suits being dominated and the ace already being ahead. It looks like he is considering making the call here. No, he's going to let this one go. And Giuseppe will scoop up the blinds. All players are currently guaranteed €3,560 from their €250 buy-in. Currently 22 players remaining. The next pay jump is with 20 players remaining, going up to €4,220, so nearly a €700 pay jump from a €250 entry. Olaf, after going down into the short stack, has woken up a hand in the hijack here with King Jack off suit. Going to raise it up. Obviously a very short stack, even shorter stack in the big blind of Roman. Has nothing that he can play with here, has to let it go. So Olaf will pick up the blinds, which at this point is obviously 1 million for the small blind, big blind and big blind ante. Which compared to the average of 8 million, as we can see, there is quite high blinds compared to average. Oh, falls round to Roman in the small blind, who looks down at pocket tens with just 8 big blinds here. He does push it all in. Puel has nothing that he can call with here out of the big blind. So he is going to have to let that one go. And Roman will increase the size of his stack by nearly 25% just by picking up the big blind and big blind ante there. Especially where he had to let go of his big blind and ante, it means that that orbit was now free for him, allows him to see more cards before deciding what he has to push in there. Hello, ignore the Nightbot. I am George, I'm new to the commentary team here. I am co-founder of 813 Poker. I play here at King's Rosvedov very often. I've moved here now, full-time poker, and joined the commentary team here as well. So any event that I'm not playing in, I will be joining the commentary on. Yesterday was first time commentating, and I'm joining you again in the booth today. Yes, I will be co-commentating with Dan on some streams. I'll be co-commentating with Alan on some streams, and obviously same as they have been doing as well. Some will be individual. Always depends, obviously, who's available for what event. So I will be working with both other commentators here as well. Frank gets a walk there with Queen Jack. They always say you should never look at your cards when you get a walk because it's always going to end up being some absolute monster of a hand, but I can never help myself if ever I do get a walk on that rare occasion. The curiosity's always going to get the better of me. So the guaranteed prize pool was 500,000. The prize pool ended up reaching a record-breaking €779,546. Frank going to limp here out of the small blind with Queen 7. Olaf's got some mid-range suited connectors here. Decides to check it back and see a flop. And ace, ace, 9, 2 spades comes out on the flop. King of diamonds on the turn, so Olaf will be looking for a 6, a spade, 7 for a chop, of course, or a 9 again for a chop. He puts it in with his flush draw, takes it down though. It's a good bet there on the turn. A limp pre, check the flop and check the turn. He just decided that he didn't have an ace, didn't have a king, didn't have a 9 in his hand. Let's put a bet in and try and take it down. At the end of the day, he needs those chips more. So it was a good move there from him to take down that pot. Now, Frank is going to put in a min raise from the button with ace 10 after it's been folded round to him. Olaf pushes all in from the small blind with king jack for about 19 big blinds. If Frank does find a call here, this could end up being a huge pot for him. But with Frank only having 30 big blinds himself, can he call 19 of them with ace 10 off? That's the difficulty here. I'll tell you what, fair play to him if he does manage to find the call here. In my opinion, ace 10 off is too weak to be calling 19 bigs when you only have 30. Yeah, and he does choose to lay it down. Olav is happy with that pick up there after obviously losing an all-in earlier. He's managing to get himself back into this race. Roman and Powell both choosing to wait for a better spot there, both with 10 bigs or less. Roman picking up an ace and Powell picking up a suited queen there, but both choosing to wait for a better spot. No need to do anything too crazy just yet. And it folds all the way around to Daniel in the small blind, who does pick up an ace and will raise it up 2.5 big blinds. Which is a standard blind v blind raise. Blind v blind, I tend to like to see a little bit bigger, 3.5, 2.5 more from button, cut off, that kind of range. But either way, it's enough to take it down. I'm not sure, DJ Scotty, but if you want me to grab some chips and start shuffling them here in the booth so you can listen to that, I'm more than happy to. Daniel simply going to raise it up and take this one down here. Yeah, I unfortunately don't have an answer to that question, because I can hear the microphones on the table. I'm not sure why it's not coming through on the stream. Like I said, this is only my second day in the commentary booth here, so I don't have control of any of that. It might just be the fact that it's really quiet rather than not on there. Not entirely sure. Unfortunately not, Mac. The only way to find out who's busted from the outer tables would be for me to step outside this booth and actually find out myself, but obviously with the half-an-hour delay it means it could be absolute spoilers of people that are still in at this point but not currently live. So Decisive going to limp out of the small blind, knowing that Roman will have to wake up with a hand to make a move here. Roman does pick up an ace in the big blind. I imagine this will be a shove. It is. He pushes all in and Giuseppe does not have a hand he can call with here, unfortunately, so he will have to let it go, and Roman will once again get another free orbit. Yeah, there we go. After a bit of posturing, he does let it go. Frank's going to open the betting with a suited ace, ace-8 of clubs, the dead man's hand here. Well, unfortunately doesn't have the stack to defend here, so let it go. Enough. Opting to raise this up from an early position with King Queen. Noah looks down at Queen Jack suited in the big blind with only 13 bigs, facing a raise from an early position here. We are just going to see the defend. Obviously, with the raise from early position, he knows there's a lot of hands that he's behind if he chooses to push there. But a hand like that has to be defending. And what a flop for him. Olaf just open jams as well. Noah has got to be calling here. He's got top pair, good kicker, backdoor diamond draw. With 12 bigs left behind. If he folds here, he only has just over half of average and 12 bigs. However, if he finds the call, he will have 1.5 times average. It's a huge pot odds he's getting here with top pair, decent kicker and backdoor diamond draw. He's going to be scared about the overpair. That will be what's going through his head at the moment. The raise from the early position and then jam on that flop. But either way, I think he has to be putting in the call here. Completely agree with you. If he's going to call pre and then get a flop like that, you can't fold. What kind of flop's he hoping for if he's going to fold on the flop like that? The flop was as good as he could have hoped for. He needs to be making this call here, otherwise it was pointless him calling the raise pre-flop. He does eventually put in the call. And Olaf is drawing to a king or running spades. Or Noah will be getting a full double up here. It's a good turn for him, leaving Olaf drawing to just a king to eliminate Noah. Or he will get the full double up. Ace on the end, and Noah will double up, taking another chunk out of Olaf, who has been very heavy betting. Went down in chips, gone up in chips, back down in chips now, is sitting on only 8 big blinds, whereas Noah, with 1.5 times average, 31 big blinds, has put himself in a very good position here, with 22 players remaining. Folds round to Roman in the cut-off. He looks down at his small pocket pair here. His options are shove or fold. With a hand like that, he opts to fold it. But well, with only 6 big blinds, it folds around to him on the button. He pushes his Jack 10 all in, increasing his stack by a significant amount just by picking up the blinds and antes there. Now, Roman looks down at King 10 suited in the hijack with only 11 big blinds. This is the type of hand that he was pushing all in with yesterday and again today. I imagine we'll see him make a play here. Oh, okay, he opts to let it go. Did not see that one coming. With only 11 bigs, King 10 suited in the cutoff is a hand I'd 100% be expecting to make a move there. Instead, it folds round to the small blind, who picks up a suited ace against the short stack in the big blind. Pushes all in and forces Olaf to fold there, leaving himself with just 6 big blinds now. Domenico Zafiro was obviously on the table yesterday and again today. He picks up King Queen of clubs under the gun, puts in the min raise. This time Roman with a suited ace of clubs. Again opts to let it go, which, facing a raise from under the gun, you've got to put them on a better ace, or a lot of hands that are ahead of ace 7. They fold all the way around to the big blind, who with 9-8 offsuit and 33 big blinds, I imagine we'll be putting in the defend here to a min raise, which he does, and we're going to see a flop. And Daniel will outflop Domenico, spiking the 9 and picking up a backdoor straight draw as well. Domenico, of course, with the gut shot to a 10 there, and 2 overs. Daniel puts in about 600,000. Domenico going to put in the call here, thinking in his head, and correctly so, that a king, a queen or a 10 would be good. He does not get any of those on the river. So unless Domenico steals the pot from Daniel here, Daniel will win this. Domenico knows his king high isn't good, so he puts in a bet knowing that's the only way he's going to win it. Daniel makes the snap call with his 9. We'll take down the pot. So we have lost a player on one of the outer tables, down to just 21 players now. Which means we are now just 1 player away from the €660 pay jump. Frank raises from the cut-off here with Queen Jack. Folds all the way around to the big blind, who doesn't have enough chips to defend here. We'll let it go. Well, looks down at an ace with 6 big blinds under the gun. Now he's going to have to put in a third of his stack the next hand for the big blind, not knowing what he's going to get, obviously. So an ace is as good a thing as he can hope to look down at. He's going to be considering the paid jump as well, and lets it go for that reason. Folds an ace with 6 big blinds under the gun. He must be looking to ladder. Now we're picking up the 9s here under the gun +1. Puts in the raise. The blinds have just gone up as well. They're now 250, 500,000, 500,000. Olaf puts in the call with King 9 of clubs from the cut-off. Daniel now waking up with Ace King on the button. Goes all in. Roman getting out the way from the big blind with 7 deuce off. Now, Noah has just doubled up to get this stack. He doesn't want to risk it. He lets it go. Olaf, however, going to make the call as he was already in for over half of his stack. Olaf at risk with King 9 of clubs. Obviously, we know 2 of his 9s have just been folded as well. So really, he's looking for clubs. I was going to say a straight, but a straight would give Daniel a better one, so he is really just looking for the case 9 or clubs. He is now drawing very, very thin. Needs running clubs or the case 9. And now he is just looking for 1 9 left in the deck, or we're going to lose Olaf from this feature table in final day. He can't find it. That's it. Daniel will eliminate Olaf in 21st place. All players are now guaranteed an additional 660 euros there, with just 20 players remaining. And unfortunately, he is now also aware that his 9s would have been good. And if he managed to make the call there, it would have put him in a huge position. But of course, not willing to take that risk. Doesn't need to take that risk. There are so many better spots he can wait for there as well. And Roman has woken up with 6 big blinds in the small blind with the pocket rockets. He does go for all of it. Now, Puel, with only 4 big blinds left behind and 10-9 off, might have to make the call here, knowing that Roman is going to be doing that with a very wide range of hands. But if he does make the call, he will get shown the bad news of how far behind he is. He's looking around at the board, and it's a good laydown with only 4 bigs left. The next pay jump is €660 again, but 3 players have to go out for that to happen. 2 players now. We are now down to 19 players. We obviously lost one of the players from the outer tables again. Giuseppe with 6 bigs wakes up with ace queen here in the cutoff. This will all be going into the middle here. Here he goes. All of it. Now it is only 6 big blinds, and Noah is in the big blind with King 10. Considering making the call here, considering whether he's getting the correct odds to make the call here. Obviously with his big blind and ante already in. He knows that if he folds, he is sat on average. If he calls and loses, then it's only going to leave him about 14 big blinds here. But if he calls and is correct, he does call. He makes the call with King 10 here. And Giuseppe is all in at risk with ace queen. Eight deuce 3 is the flop. Noah looking for just a king or a 10 to eliminate Giuseppe. 6 of diamonds on the turn, so still king or 10 only will do. If not, Giuseppe will double up here. 7 on the river. Giuseppe's ace high will hold, and he will get a full double up, putting them now on virtually exactly the same stack. 7.3 million for Giuseppe now, and 7.325 now for Noah. With average being 9.5 million, they're both just about 20% below average, which isn't the worst spot in the world to be in. But Noah is not going to be happy with that hand. Daniel wakes up with the aces under the gun and puts in a min raise, trying to get some customers here, trying to get other people involved in the hand, hoping one of these short stacks here will shove into him, as there's been a lot of all-ins every hand. Unfortunately, the short stacks are not waking up with anything here that they can call with or push all in with. Goes all the way around to the big blind of Frank, who has King Queen. He will be making the call to defend here. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Frank is going to hit his king high flop, whilst Daniel has the overpair of aces. Frank thinks he's trapping here by checking that flop. He's gonna slow play it. He has no idea quite how much trouble he's in. 8 on the turn means Daniel's aces are still good here. Oh, Frank will continue to lay the trap. Daniel will try and trap with the aces, and Frank rivers the queen for 2 pair. He will outdraw the aces here. We could be about to see absolute fireworks here. They've both been laying the trap to go mad on the river. And the river is unbelievable for Frank. Frank going to lead out for a value bet. Oh, and Daniel just flicks in the call. Gets shown the bad news. I was expecting a raise there from Daniel, but lucky he didn't with what the river was. So here we have a look at the current chip stacks on the feature table. Obviously, Frank and Daniel both miles ahead of the rest of the pack. Powell desperately in need of a doubler. Roman has been sitting on 10 bigs for the last hour or two of day 2 on this feature table, and now all the final day so far. Somehow is maintaining that stack, just picking up the blinds once every orbit to keep his stack the same. Keeping himself in it, of course. Making those ladders, making those pay jumps. But will still be looking for that spot to double up and actually get himself a fighting chance of winning this tournament. At the end of the day, especially in these World Series events where a ring or bracelet is up for grabs, obviously a ring in the circuit events, everyone is looking to take that home. Now, Powell picks up King 8 in the cut-off. Now, of course, with only 4 bigs, he does choose to go for all of it. It will fold all the way down to Daniel in the big blind, who obviously already has 2 bigs in with his big blind and ante. Putting in another 3 to make this call with Jack 9 with a stack of his size is something he's considering here. He does put in the call, the Jack 9. So Puel is all in at risk with King 8. Because of cards that have been folded, Daniel does actually have a statistical advantage here. And he does outflop him. Daniel connects with the 9, Puel connects with the 8. We'll now be looking for the 1 king in the deck, or the 2 remaining 8s, or he is out of the tournament. And that's it. Puel will go out in 19th place, taking home €4,220 from his €250 buy-in. And we are now down to the final 18 players. So there will be a redraw at 16 players when there are just 2 8-handed tables left. They are currently going down to 2 9-handed tables, so they're just waiting for one of the tables to be broken to join in this feature table. Not entirely sure why the redraw is at 16 and not 18. They are choosing to stay 8-handed for the remainder of the day. That is why. That makes sense. In the ring number 1, the PLO Bounty Hunter. I had the pleasure of playing in that event. It was a very fun event to play in. Unfortunately did not win the ring, but we did a redraw at final 3 tables, 27 people left, and then a redraw for final table, of course. So it's folded round to blind v blind. Daniel looks down at ace 9 in the small. He pushes all in to put the pressure on the big blind Domenico, who has to just let it go. Then we'll look down at another ace on the button this time. Going to raise it up to basically effectively 2.5 big blinds here. Giuseppe again doesn't really have a stack that he can overly defend with. Not with Jack 6 off anyway. So he is going to let it go. He shows his Jack 6 and Daniel shows him the ace. So we've lost another player from one of the outer tables. 17 players left now. One more bust and we will be doing a redraw for final 2 tables. And we will see some new players here on feature. Obviously, with only 2 tables, some of these players will remain on here. And some of them will move to the outer table. Roman gets a walk here with his 9-6 off and will still continue to maintain his 10 big blind stack, which he managed to maintain throughout the whole end part of day 2 and has managed to maintain through final day here. Folds round to blind v blind. Raymond in the small blind with Jack 5 off. And obviously less than 10 bigs here as well. He does choose just to let it go and give Noah the walk there. Domenico going to look down at a suited ace and going to put in the min raise from the hijack position. Now looking down at King Jack from the small blind here with just 14 big blinds. Chooses to let it go. And Frank going to look down at King Jack also, but from the big blind. So we will see a defend here from him. King 9-9. Frank is going to out-flop Domenico. Deuce of clubs on the turn, now putting 3 clubs down there, removing the ace of clubs as one of Domenico's outs. He is now looking for a red ace and a red ace only, or this will be Frank's pot to take. I imagine that if Frank puts in a bet here, Domenico's going to have to fold anyway, especially with no clubs in his hand and having not connected with that board in any way. He doesn't believe him. He is going to make the call, believing that his ace high is good here. It's a jack on the end, improving Frank's hand even further at this point. Frank's going to lead out on the river here for 2.5 million. And Domenico is going to have to let his ace high go here. A large man, I am not even sure what that means or how to respond to it. But Domenico does let his ace high go, and as we have lost a player from one of the outside tables, they are now down to final two. We will be doing a redraw, so we'll be going on a short 15-minute break. These are the chip stacks for the players who are currently on feature. We will be coming back to new players, and we will be playing down then to final table.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanowski says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanowski's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button the blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from Decisive, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace queen very involved.
Wow, it's gone pretty big. 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
Bogdan was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, shit, with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
he's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
He's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand. Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000 the bet, very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move with just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7, 3 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to
Jam.
put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's going to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp. Hello and welcome back to final day. We're now on the final two tables. Here's a look of the new players that we have here on feature. 2 players on 38 bigs, 1 on 35, so we have 3 big chip leaders on the table. 3 down the bottom with 10, 12 and 12 bigs, and 2 also shorter stacked with 14 and 6 big blinds. Domenico and Giuseppe and Noah will be remaining on this feature table, and we will be joined by a bunch of new players as well. So, with just 2 tables remaining now, we will be playing down to a winner today. Also, going on in Kings today, we have final day of the WSOP C50 stack. We have final day of the WSOP C PLO 2K High Roller. And we have the first day 1A of the Mystery Bounty. Again, another World Series of Poker circuit event. I have to say, I am myself looking forward to playing in the Mystery Bounty. I was going to play in it today, and then I found out that there was more than one day one, which I probably should have known in advance. So I've opted to play it tomorrow instead, so that I can join you all here from the commentary booth for the final day. After watching day 2 play out yesterday on this feature table, I just decided I had to come back and see how this actually finishes up. Good to have you back joining us, Bloomers.
So average now is 11.4 million chips. And average on our feature table is basically 11 million, 10.984. So the tables are pretty even on their averages. So going to raise this up here with the pocket jacks from the hijack. As one of the chip leaders on the table, won the 3 with the bigger stacks. He doesn't need to be playing shovel fold like some of the players here. It means he does actually have a stack that he can play with and put in raises like this. Folds round to Domenico in the big blind with 8-6 off and 10 bigs. He's going to have to let it go. Doesn't have a playable stack to defend with here. Something I always like as well about this casino, being right here in the very central European position as well, is you do get a range of players from all sorts of different countries come and play here. So on this final table, we do have an Austrian, a Belgian player, a German player, a Czech Republic player, an Italian, 2 Polish, and a player from Israel. So obviously, like I said, with the actual geographical position here of this casino, you do get a very wide range of players from different countries come and enter. Ace all in, going to raise it up from an early position with 10-8 of diamonds. Obviously, as one of the bigger stacks on the table, he is going to be playing a bit more heavy, a bit more aggressive, pushing some of the shorter stacks around a bit, trying to just pick up the blinds and maintain a big stack to make it there to final table. Mateus has looked down at an ace in the cutoff, but he does choose to let it go. Martin Sladek here in the big blind with Jack 9 and also a big stack. Will most likely just put in the call to defend here. It's good to see a local from Czech Republic make it this far in this tournament. He does choose just to let it go. Really, I would have liked to see a defend there with Jack 9, but I'm guessing going through his head is we're the 2 bigger stacks on the table. We don't really need to get involved in a hand with each other. He's looking for some short stacks to go out. The ladders and the pay jumps are going to start to increasingly get bigger from here on out. So he doesn't need to be risking too much of his stack by playing up against an aggressive big stack player there. Either way, though, I still would have liked to see the defending for him to go to a flop. Now is going to push his 11.5 big blinds all in from the cutoff with a suited ace. Ace 4 of clubs. And it will make it through there. Now we'll pick up the blinds. Which at this point in the tournament is crucial. If you can obviously pick up the blinds, maintain your stack, you're going to make it much further towards those big pay jumps as well. Next person that goes out, the rest of the players will get an additional 660 euros, guaranteeing themselves 5,540 euros from their 250 euro buy-in. So it falls around to the blinds, and Giuseppe in the small blind with 9 bigs is going to look down at 8-6 of hearts. But obviously it is one of the bigger stack aggressive players in the big blind here. He does go for the limp. Just flat calls there. They both connect with that flop. Giuseppe better than ace all in though by hitting the 6 top pair. However, ace all in has hit the 3 and got a gut shot as well. So any 2, 3 or 5 would do. It's an action turn. Giuseppe now has 2 pair and a flush draw, and ace all in has trip 3s and a straight draw. Giuseppe will be looking for a heart or a 6 to double up here, or he will be out of the tournament. He can't find it. He will be eliminated in 16th place. Ace all in will take him out and continue to build his stack there. unfortunately, I kind of guessed the outcome of that hand, so that's the last spoiler that I knew, now known as when we were on break, but they were back from their break because of the delay. I did run to the bar and unfortunately was stood next to him at the bar, so I did presume that he went out there, but that's the last spoiler that I was aware of. I'm now just as in the dark as the rest of you. Don't worry, Dan is still very much Irish. I'm George. I'm English. I'm new to the commentary team here. I joined the team yesterday. I'm a full-time poker player here at King's Resort. So I live here, play most of the events and commentate any events that either I don't make final day on or have not played in. This was one that I chose not to play in because I wanted to commentate on this one and get my first commentary kind of up and running and off the ground. And with a flop of King, Queen, 5, again an action flop, both players connecting with this. Siso with top pair of King here, and Martin hitting second pair of Queen with a backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw here. Martin going to lead out the betting here for 1.1 million. Siso with top pair and backdoor straight draw as well. Going to make the call here. Doesn't want to lose his customer just yet. 10 on the turn. Gives Martin the lead here with 2 pair, but does give Siso the gut shot straight draw to the jack. So we'll now be looking for a king, a jack, a 9 or a 5 for a better 2 pair here. Again, Martin going to continue on this turn with the 2 pair. Siso not looking to go anywhere with King 9 at the moment. Top pair, gut shot. And we'll just put in the flat call. To the river we go. Oh, it is the 5, improving Siso's hand to a better 2 pair, kings and 5s over queens and 10s. Is Martin going to triple barrel this and put in another bet here on the river? The backdoor diamonds that came in is going to be concerning to both players. He does choose to check it back with showdown value and get shown the bad news that he got outdrawn on that river there. And Sisso is going to scoop up a nice pot there, putting himself now on a double average stack. Horrible river card there for Martin. As he knows he is now being beaten by obviously any king, any 5, any 2 diamonds. There's way too much that came down there, unfortunately. Very next hand, Martin has now woken up with pocket kings in the cutoff. He's going to be looking to get back as many chips as he can from what he just lost in the last hand. Imagine we're going to see a raise on the smaller side here because he wants to keep his customers in it. Wants the chance of getting as many chips as possible. Yeah, he goes for just over a min raise here. Pricing in the big blind, who unfortunately only has 4, 3 and 7 big blinds. So we'll have to let this one go, and Martin will pick up the blinds, gets himself back up to 30 big blinds, keeps himself above average here. Ciso looking to attack the shorter stacks in the blinds here by ripping it all in with ace-9 from the button. It will go fold-fold. He will pick up the blinds and continue to extend his chip lead on the table here with 40 big blinds now. Obviously, Sladek and Ciso both on similar stacks, 40 bigs and 43 big blinds. The two biggest stacks on the table there in seat 6 and 7. Remember, we are only 8-handed at these final 2 tables in final day. And he goes for the same move again, attacking all the short stacks, picks up ace-10 in the cut-off. After it folds round to him, there's no more big stacks left to act. So he pushes it all in, putting maximum pressure on these shorter stacks. Sebastian, looking down at King-Jack on the button and only 6 bigs, does decide to let it go and wait for a better spot. Matthias going to also get out the way, I imagine, here with 10 bigs in the small. Folding it round to Noah in the big blind with only 9 big blinds and 10-9. Also has to let it go there. So again, extending that lead now on virtually the exact same stack as ace all in on his right as well. So we are down to 14 players. Next person out will get €5,540, and then everyone else will be guaranteed €6,200 from the €250 buy-in. So that's why he's taking these spots to attack the short stacks here, because that is, again, another €660 ladder from only a €250 bullet. Matthias with a suited king on the button. Going to push all in here. King 7 of clubs. Neither of the blinds have anything that they can call with. He will get it through. Sebastian looking down at Jack 10 off in the hijack with 6 big blinds. Again, chooses to let it go and wait for a better spot or wait for the pay jump. We'll throw around to Noah on the button, who looks down at Queen 6. I imagine again he will just be letting that go. And Martin will get a walk with his 8 deuce in the big blind there. Here we go. Sebastian's waited for a better spot, and he's woken up with ace king suited. Pushes it all in with only 6 big blinds left. is going to fold all the way around to the big blind. I can't see Martin getting involved here with his jack 6 off from the small blind. He does not. And the big blind is, like I said, one of the current 2 chip leaders on the table. He looks down at 9-8 in the big blind. Asking for a count here to see whether he's priced in or not to make this call here. He certainly has the stack to do so, to try and eliminate a player, but he also obviously doesn't want to double up a player and keep them in this race as well. He does make the call. He's going to get shown the bad news. He is obviously behind here with the 9-8, but he's certainly still live. 2-1 underdog, but still has an opportunity to knock Sebastian out here. But if Sebastian's ace king of hearts does hold, he will be doubling up. We have the 2 Polish players on the table, all in against each other, and the flop becomes queen 5-4. Sebastian's ace king currently still ahead. Oh dear, 8 on the turn means Sebastian now needs an ace or a king to double up, or we will be losing him. And it's a jack on the end. And that's it, we're going to lose Sebastian from this feature table, and from the final day he will be leaving in 14th place with €5,540 from his €250 buy-in. Everybody else now getting that pay jump, now guaranteed a minimum of €6,200. And after that, here's a look at the chip stacks. Ace All In has now extended his lead to 51 big blinds as it stands. Siso not far behind him with 43 big blinds, but we still have 2 players, Noah and Domenico, down the bottom with less than 10 bigs, who will be looking for a double up to get themselves back in this race. That's a very unfortunate way to get knocked out for Sebastian. Going in 2-1 favourite, getting outdrawn on the turn. Noah finds an ace in the hijack, pushes it all in to the middle. Now that he's got that pay jump, oh dear, Ace All In could be about to knock a second player off of this feature table and extend his chip lead even further. It's just 9 big blinds. He has 50 of them in the small blind and looks down at Ace Jack here. He re-shoves all in to isolate, making Siso fold there. And Noah is all in at risk and behind with ace 3. If Ace All In's Ace Jack here holds, he will be eliminating a second player in 2 hands, taking us down to just 12 players remaining. However, if Noah can find a miracle here. He will double up and get himself back into this tournament with a fighting chance. There it is. There's the 3. Noah has now taken a significant lead here. A deuce on the turn, meaning Ace all in's looking for a jack to win or a 4 to chop. It comes out to Noah will double up, get himself back up to just below average, within 10% of average here. Back in with a fighting chance, 20 big blinds. Noah is certainly keeping himself in this race. He's waiting for the right spots, picking them well and keeping himself in this fight. Domenico pushing it all in from the hijack with King Jack, and Martin Older is going to look down at pocket tens. Are we going to see just a call so he can get away from it if somebody else goes all in, or are we going to see him isolate the pot here by re-jamming all in? He does re-jam it all in for 15.2 million. It folds round to the big blind, who is also going to get out the way of this one with his 7-4. Leaving us with a pretty much 50-50 coin flip here. Pocket tens against 2 overs. It's a good flop for the tens. Queen, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. Neither players have any diamonds in their hand, so they have no backdoor flush draws. There's a backdoor straight draw for Domenico, or a king or a jack. 7 diamonds on the turn. It means he is now looking for a king or jack only to double up. He can't find it. Martin's tens will hold, and we're going to lose Domenico Zafiro in 13th place off of the feature table here, and he'll be going home with €6,200 from his €250 buy-in here, which is a nice tidy profit for a weekend of poker. We're seeing a lot of love and support for Noah in the chat at the moment. Always good to see support for some of the young players at a table. He's been playing very well, holding his own very well, and picking his spots correctly. So it's nice to see he's got a community of people supporting him here. So we now have a new player going to join us on the feature table, Linad from Germany, coming in with a stack of 13.3 million, so just 10% below average here. That's what they're just waiting for him to be brought over to the table. Even the table's up a bit, as obviously we've lost a couple of players from feature here. So just as we wait here for the new player to join the table, obviously we've got a few people in here supporting Noah. Obviously know him, watching to show their support from not here. I mean, a lot of these players do have their rail sat on the nice comfy chairs as well, just outside of view here watching the feature table. Do we have anybody in this chat supporting anybody else at this feature table? Only Noah. All the love at the moment is for Noah. Well, good luck to him. Nina comes straight in to the big blind and joins us here on feature, and he will let it go as he doesn't even have a hand he can defend with. I'm George, I'm one of the new commentators here. I've said this a couple of times, but for anybody just joining us or asking who I am a full-time poker player, commentator here at King's Resort. Joined the commentary team yesterday, was my first stream on the day 2, and now obviously commentating on final day of this event. Co-founded 813 Poker and moved here to King's to play full-time. We'll be commentating on any event that I'm either not on final day on or isn't an event that I'm playing in, like this one. I decided not to play to get the commentary going, and because it overlapped with some other tournaments that I wanted to play in instead during the World Series. A very, very packed schedule. So we have Matthias going in, all in here from the cut-off, looks down at an ace, goes all in with 10 big blinds. Martin with suited connectors here. Gonna lay it down. Matthias will pick up the blinds here. Whenever I talk about a player, generally I'm talking about their whole gameplay throughout the entire time of being on feature table, not just one hand in particular. So I have to say, when I said that he's picked his spots well and played well, I was talking about overall, not one particular hand. So I fold all the way around to the blinds here, unless Martin decides to make a play from the button, but with the big stacks on his left, not sure it's worth him doing so. He chooses not to, chooses just to let it go. And here we have blind v blind, the two biggest stacks on the table. First of which, in the small blind, looking down at ace king of spades. We're going to see a raise here to 1.6 million. And unfortunately for seat number 6, Siso does not really have anything that he can play with here. With 40 big blinds, he's going to be expecting a raise blind v blind though, so he might choose to defend or not get involved. Like I said, not really a playable hand, so does just choose to lay it down. And the raise from the Ace King will make it through, and he will pick up the blinds and continue to extend that chip lead. So not much going on here at the moment on feature table. Not many hands being picked up. I'm sure they're all just trying to kind of make it to the break at this point, refresh, reset, and come back with only 12 players left to try and make it, because the pay jumps do obviously significantly increase once you get to final table here. A final 8, all guaranteed over 10,000 euros from their 250 euro buy-in. Now he's going to put in the raise here with his small pocket pair of sailboats here. He'll fold around to the blinds. It's going to fold around to the big blind, who also doesn't have a hand to play with. So his raise will just make it through, and he will take down the pot here. So opting to make a move here with Jack 3 on the button. Does not pick his timing well, unfortunately, as Matthias has woken up with Ace King in the small blind with only 10 big blinds. I imagine we're going to see it all go in the middle here. And he does push all in. Noah's going to get out of the way, and Siso is going to have to just lay down the Jack 3. That's a good pick-up for Matthias there in seat 1. Gets his small blind back, the big blind, the ante, and the raise as well, which increases his stack by about 40%. So it's a good pick-up there for him with his stack size. straight after picking up that pot, he's now going to look down at a mid-size pocket pair on the button here. He's going to go for all of it again, although this time Noah has looked down at Queen Jack in the small blind. Chooses to let it go. And Matthias will continue to chip up, getting himself closer back towards an average chip stack now. Now has more than 2/3 of an average stack. Has increased his stack by around 50% in the last 2 hands here. It folds round to Noah on the button with King Jack. And he is going to push all in. For 15 big blinds. Martin in the big blind with double his stack finds a pocket pair. And he does let it go. Noah will pick up the blinds there. Getting himself back up to 18 big blinds. Getting back the chips that he just lost in the big blind and small blind by having to let them go. So maintaining his stack for that orbit. Again, going to fall around to the button here. Obviously, 6-handed at the moment on these 2 tables. Martin is going to look down at Queen 8 in the small blind. Obviously, he has the chip leader to his left in the big blind. He's going to put in the raise here of 1.5 million, 2.5 big blinds. I imagine that'll be enough to make it through and to pick up the blinds, maintaining his stack at about 20% bigger than average. Yep, he lets it go. Martin will pick that up, and he's about 30% above average now with his stack. Obviously one of the bigger stacks currently in the tournament and on this table. So as we can see here, there are 3 players with over 20 million chips and 3 players all very, very even at around 10 million chips. All with only 2/3 of average, those bottom 3 players. So all going to be looking to increase their stacks with 17 and 18 bigs. Not necessarily looking for a double up, but will be looking to pick up blinds and pick up some decent pots where they can here. So it folds all the way around to the 3 bigger stacks in the button, small blind and big blind. Martin on the button, looking to make a move here with his 10-3 of clubs, knowing that the other 2 big stacks aren't going to necessarily want to get heavily involved with each other at this point. And they will both get out of the way, I imagine, with the hands that they have. And they do. Obviously the big stacks don't need to be getting too involved with each other at this point in the tournament, as there are a lot of short stacks around, and if the short stacks end up going out, then they make it to final. 8 players, which is over 10,000 euros. So where they have the bigger stack, they're going to be looking to make it to final from where they are at the moment. But obviously at this point in the tournament is where we see it slow down much more, because it's not long till ICM considerations are going to start becoming a factor in a tournament of this size, especially for only 250 euro buy-ins. When the pay jumps start becoming 5,000, 10,000 euros, then we're going to see people really considering that. As that's obviously 20 to 40 times the entry cost of this tournament. So ace all in, looking to raise it up here on the bottom of pocket 2. Sisso going to call with pocket 3s from the small blind. Matthias, although he only has loose suited connectors and low cards, they are still loose suited connectors, and he is very priced in here to a min raise and a call. So for that reason, he is going to defend his big blind, see a flop. He only had to put in another 600,000 to a 4.2 million pot, so he is getting the correct odds to make that call there and see a flop. He is actually favourite to win the hand, not that he will know that. His 4 is in the window. And the ace and the 4 roll out behind it. He is now massive favourite. Again, not that he would know that. Now, if either one of Ciso or Ace All In hit their set, then it will give the other person the straight. So this hand is one that could get interesting. Now, Matthias does have the 4 and backdoor spades and a backdoor straight draw. With Ciso and Ace All In both having an under pair and a gut shot. The 2s are going to open the betting, the 3s are going to call. And as Matthias called pre, he does let it go. He must believe one of them has an ace here in this spot. Thinks his 4 isn't good. That would have been a very interesting hand turn if he did continue with the 7-4 of spades. He would now be open-ended and flush drawing with still ahead with his 4. However, he has got out of the way. 3's now massive favourite. I'm aware that the only thing he doesn't want to see is a set. The 2s are going to heavily continue on this turn with a bet of 2.7 million. Which is only 4.5 big blinds and around a third of the pot. So now Ciso has picked up open-ended with his 3, 4, 5, 6. I imagine we're going to see a call here, and it looks like he is reaching for calling chips. He does put in the call. This pot is very quickly approaching an average size stack. He rivers the 7. He was already ahead, but now he's going to know that he's ahead. He can't put Ace All In on an 8 because of the way the hand's been played. So he should know from here that his lower end of the straight is good, and will hopefully put in a bet here for value. But even if he doesn't, Ace All In does not have showdown value as pocket 2, so will have to try and turn his hand into a bluff. Either way, I can see Ciso getting paid here unless he takes this lead, unfortunately. But either way, he's going to take down the pot. If Ace All In does choose this spot to make a move, it would be a mistake here, as we can see. He very much looked like he's just going to let the 2s go, which is the correct thing to do in this spot. He does let it go, and that is a huge pot for Ciso. Has now taken a massive chip lead. over the rest of the table. Blinds are now up 400, 800, 800 for the small blind, big blind and big blind ante. Now end of that level is where the break would have been, but obviously as we had a break going down to final two tables for the redraw, they're just going to play straight through to the following break. And now picking up a suited ace here under the gun with a short stack. With just 11 players remaining, they're all guaranteed €6,931. The next pay jump will be at 9th place, which is the first pay jump of over £1,000. The first four-figure pay jump here, which would take them up to €8,325. Again, from a €250 buy-in. Then I'm just going to take this one down with his raise under the gun. Pays for his big blinds, ante and small blind, gives him a free orbit. Martin with King 9 of clubs here under the gun. Opts to put in the min raise of 1.6 million. So going to let the Queen Jack go from the cut-off there. It will fold round to the blinds from here. Unless Matthias does decide to do something crazy here, but I don't think he will. No, so it does fold round to the blinds. And Noah looks down at pocket sixes with 11 big blinds in the small blind here, facing a min raise under the gun. Remember, we are six-handed. A raise under the gun six-handed is very different to a raise under the gun nine-handed. With 11 bigs, I'd like to see an all-in here from Noah. instead he opts to let it go, and Martin's raise will make it through, and he will pick up the blinds here. So it folds round to Sito in the hijack here. He looks down at pocket sevens. And raise up to 1.7. And then Matthias in the cutoff looks down at ace, queen of spades with only 10 big blinds. We should see this going into the middle here. He does go all in. Noah is going to fold a couple of spades, which isn't good for Matthias. And now Leonard has woken up with ace, queen of clubs with 12 big blinds. We could well see a re-jam here, which if he does means that Sisso will probably get out of the way over sevens, and we're probably going to see a chop. But from this point, you never know. We do see the re-jam here from Leonard. Martin with ace, 9 of hearts. After a raise, jam, and then re-jam, should be getting out of the way here, but that does mean that obviously he is folding one of their aces if the sevens do decide to make the call here. And the sevens do get out of the way, and we have ace-queen versus ace-queen. They both have opportunities of getting a flush here. If not, then this will be a chop pot. Oh dear. If Leonard can find another club, he will be sending Matthias to the rail. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Ten of spades on the river. They will chop the pot. Always a sweat there. Matthias was very happy to see that chop in the end after Leonard flopped the flush draw. It falls all the way around to Linad on the button, who looks down at a small pocket pair of the ducks. Deuce, deuce. He goes for a 2.5 big blind raise, and then in the small blind we have Martin looking down at ace 10 of spades. Who has nearly double Linad's stack. But obviously also has one of the chip leaders to his left in the big blind as well, which is going to be the other thing that's going through his head. He's not last to act here. Looks like we are going to see a 3-bet here from Martin. We are. He puts in the 3-bet of 4 million. Ace Willing going to get out of the way with his king 10 off from the big blind. And Linad going to let the twos go. Nice pick up there for Martin. Maintaining his above average stack here. Linad was just saying I was considering shoving or raising. If I shoved, would you have called? And Martin said yes, yes I would have. For those of you that can't hear the talk around the table. So obviously 11 players remaining, €6,931 guaranteed for them all at the moment. The next pay jump being for final table, making the last 9, which will be a pay jump of £1,394. Euros, sorry. which will guarantee them all €8,325. Now, it folds round to Martin on the button, who is going to look down at Ace King. Who's going to put in the raise of 1.6 million, a min raise here from the button. He obviously wants a caller with a raise of that size. He wants a customer. Ace all in, going to call out the small blind with 8-7 of clubs, suited connectors here, a hand that can flop very well, a hand that can easily outflop Ace King. As you can see, 8-7 of clubs does have virtually 40% against Ace King off. And the flop becomes Queen, Jack, 6, 2 spades and a diamond. So backdoor nut flush draw for Martin, as well as the gut shot to Broadway. And not much at all for the 8-7 of clubs, other than a backdoor straight draw with the 6 there. His 8 and 7 are still live as well, so if he does hit an 8 or a 7 and no 10, king or ace comes out, then it would be good against the Ace King. But not looking in great shape here. It's a hand that will have to fold to a C-bet here from Martin with the Ace King. Martin puts in the C-bet of 1.8 million. After Ace all in checked to him. And he has to let the 8-7 go. So a nice couple of hands there for Martin, chipping himself up. Quick dealer change, and these are the chip stacks currently on final on our feature table on final day. Martin has now gone into chip lead on the table with 36 big blinds. Sisso not far behind him with 32 bigs, and then Ace all in has dwindled down to 22, but still with a more than average stack, very playable, and 3 players there on the shorter stack. We've just lost a player from the outside table. We are now down to just 10 players remaining. So the next player out will burst the final table bubble and guarantee everybody else an extra nearly €1,400. Now, Leonard is going to shove his King-Jack all in from the hijack here. It folds all the way around to Sisso. Second chip lead on the table in the small blind with pocket 10s. It is only 13 big blinds all in, and Sisso does have 31 big blinds. I imagine we're going to see a call from him here, or a rejam to isolate, just in case the big blind has a fringe hand. He does rejam to isolate. Matthias finds an ace, but on a final table bubble here, and a €1,400 pay jump is going to get out the way, knowing that if the pocket 10s hold here, then he will be sending Lenad to the rail, and we will have our final table in the World Series of Poker Circuit mini main event. Let's see the flop. Eight, 6, 4, rainbow. Very good flop for the pocket tens. Lenad now needing a jack or a king. 3 of hearts on the turn. He needs a king or a jack to stay in this, or he will be eliminated by Ciso, and we will have our final table. It's a 7 on the river. Ciso will eliminate Lenad, and we are down to our final 9 players. We have our final table in the World Series of Poker Circuit mini main event. We will now be going on a short break so that they can do a chip race and move the other players, and do a redraw as well for final table here. And we'll be back shortly to see who can go on to win the ring and the €116,400 that comes with it.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace Queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide Ace Jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovsky the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get
think,
a fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
If
Nines,
up against,
tens,
yes,
not-
counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth. Nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down, even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Chat absolutely in love with Ting Tsai playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for Six Poker.
Shout out Six Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved. 6-3 off. Sammartino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the 2 overs and the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280k c-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from 1 pair to 2 for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here. It's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox. But honestly, don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
A lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and
no.
the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think Queen-jack, Jack-10 or Jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart? I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening Ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like Kings with a heart, Aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Oh, baby. Ace of hearts. Lupu makes the stones. Joe Varel down 10, Elkie down 18, Paul up a little bit, John up 33.3. I tell you what, guys and girls, I've been unbelievably impressed with my boy John. Played so well. So yeah, quite the opposite with Varel. He was moving, then stopped every single moment. Yeah. The opposite indeed. 4 ways to the flop. Jack 4 of hearts for Jonathan. His good night could be incinerated if a heart rolls off. And the reason for that is that Lupu is in there with a better flush draw. Jufers is in there with second pair. He actually has the best hand right now. But something tells me we're going to see fireworks. To the turn. Oh, Jonathan hadn't called. He's called now. I feel a sneeze coming on. It's been tickling my nose for the last minute or so. Oh, baby. Ace of hearts. Lupu makes the stones, the nizzles, the unbeatables. And Jonathan's not going to waste any time. He's just going to lead out. He's going to lead right out there. 6.1k is the bet. Jonathan with the third nuts. Lupu with the absolute nuts. Corey Mo says, watching your podcast right now, love it. Pause it as you've done, because this is action here. Unbelievable. Lupu's gonna just call. Can he get a clean river? It's the 3. I thought it was the 3 of hearts for a second there. It's the 3 of diamonds. Jonathan is loving this spot. He is loving the brick on the river. And Lupu now looks like he wants to lead out. He's check called the turn and it looks like he wants to lead out. If he could see the cards, he would check. He doesn't have the luxury that I have. Come on, Lupu, check it on over. Jonathan seems like a lovely guy, but I'm rooting for Lupu here. He is reaching. That's about 9. That's about 14. That's about 15. He's been absolutely snapped. Looks to be about 15,000 euros. 14,000 absolutely snapped. 53,000 euros. 53.5. Going the way of Lupu. And if he could see the cards, he'll be kicking himself he didn't check raise, but still a very, very nice value bet. Harry Dunk says that Henry wishes.
C'était magnifique.
S'il te plaît, je suis debout encore. Respecte. Pense à ses genoux.
Once again, looking like we're going 17 ways to the flop here, guys and girls. I'm noticing a trend. Yeah, Henry is in the cash game streets playing some PLO. Lupu has aces. Lupu has the aces. He has made it 4K to go. Jonathan with ace-10 offsuit. He's the only caller. Jonathan gonna have to get unbelievably lucky here. If only he knew how much trouble he was in. Queen 8-5. Not the flop that Jonathan was looking for. Really clean flop for the aces here. Expect to see a bet from Lupu. Yeah, looks good. Small bet looks good to me. Jonathan, complete wiffle. He did float earlier on King 8 with Queen High. And it looks like he's going to float again. I'm going to try and take this away on future streets or improve his hand. 5 of hearts on the turn. No help to Jonathan. Really nice card for Lupu. He also blocks ace-5 suited. Only one combo of that beats him. Jonathan, of course, capable of having 5-4 and 6-5 suited. And also pocket 8s, but a lot of Queen X, a lot of flush draws, a lot of value for Lupu to extract here. So I like the decision to bet. I don't love the size. Let's see what he's bet. He's bet 7,400. I'd like to see him go a little bigger, something like 9,500, and shove the river. Sorry, no. If his opponent calls, the SPR is going to be very nice for a river jam. I really like this bet size. And Jonathan doesn't want to fold just yet.
Oh my god.
Didn't realize Thor's hammer could rearrange decks of cards. LOL. I don't know this guy, but I like this guy. He has got heart. Oh no!
Si un carreau à la rivière, je gagne. C'est un vieux bluff pour une bien joué. Il a pas d'or en fait. Un carreau à la rivière, je gagne.
Jonathan with 0%. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. 0%. At least he's got to play a fruit though. We have a non-believer in aisle 3. Yeah, clean up in aisle 3 now. At least he's got that plate of fruit. The dinner is on Lupu. Lupu, the biggest loser last night, off to a tough start so far today, but that will put a dent in it. Pocket aces, besting the ace-10 of Jonathan. Jonathan with a stone-cold bluff.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Welcome back to the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. Here are the chip counts of the players on the final table. As you can see, 3 players down there in the short stack with 11 and 10 big blinds. CISO with a chip lead at the moment with 46 big blinds. Martin and Daniel both with mid-30s in the big blinds, and Frank and Raymond both with around 30 big blinds. Ace all in, sat there as well, 22 bigs. Let's get this final table underway, and we will be playing down to a winner this evening. We're going back with the blinds at 400,000, 800,000, 800,000. Big blind ante. All players are now guaranteed a minimum of €8,325 from their €250 buy-in, with first place receiving a massive €116,400. Good luck to all players. So, we have some new players on the table. Some players we have not seen yet on feature that were playing on the outside tables that have now made it to final. Julian being one of them. He is a regular here at King's Resort. I have played on multiple tables with him. He is a very good player in my opinion. He does make a lot of final tables. With just 9 players remaining now. Go ahead and let me know who you guys are rooting for, who you want to see win the ring here, and the €116,000 that comes with it. Ah, good to see we still have Noah's fan club with us. So we have Jack 3 against Jack 3, blind v blind. In a limp pot. King 9, 8, 6 on the turn. Neither player has any of that. And a king on the river. Goes check, check. And they will just chop the pot. Martin here with ace jack off under the gun. Looking to raise this one up. Goes for the min raise, 1.6 million. And Matthias straight behind him with ace king. And only 10 big blinds. Puts it all into the middle with his ace king. For only 8.3 million, just 10 bigs. Frank now looks down at ace queen. He's going to let it go. Obviously looking at the pay jumps here. Next pay jump is over 2,000 euros. Actually over 2,500 euros. So this is where the players are going to start making decisions based around ICM. Especially as what you've got to consider is a 2,500 euro pay jump is 10 times the buy-in of this tournament. Martin is going to let the ace jack go, and Matthias will pick that up with the ace king. And here we have another look at the current chip stacks. Noah is now the short stack on the table with just 9 big blinds. We'll be looking for a double up. And CISO, our current chip leader on 37.5 million, 47 big blinds with 21% of the chips in play. CISO, our chip leader, now looking down at King 10 of spades. We've hit an raise of 1.7 million. Martin looking to defend here out of the big blind, Jack 9 of spades. Obviously he doesn't want to get into a big pot here with CISO, the current chip leader, on the table. Flop comes down ace, queen, queen, no spades. CISO does flop the inside straight draw, and all Martin has is a backdoor straight draw. So he's going to have to fold to this continuation bet here from CISO, who will continue to extend his chip lead here. The average stack on this final table is just over 20 million chips, with the blinds being 400, 800, 800. An average stack at the moment is 25 big blinds. So by no means short stacked average at the moment on this final table. And with the long blind levels, we could be in for a long evening here. Martin going to look down at ace 10 on the button here. Considering what sizing he's going to go for here, just asking the big blind how many chips they're playing with. He goes for a raise of 2.5 big blinds, puts in the raise of 2 million chips. Small line, took a while to make that fold. 7-4, but big line will also let it go, and Martin's raise will make it through. He will continue to maintain his above average stack here on final table. Well, saying there's only really one player at the moment that's going to be heavily looking for that double up, and that is Noah here with his 6 big blinds. A lot of the other players not sat far from average, so you don't want to be taking too many massive risks, especially now that the pay jumps and ICM and ladder is really going to be coming into consideration here with a lot of their decisions that they make. Does fold round to Matthias on the button though, who is also short stacked with 11 big blinds. He looks down at a suited king, king 8 of spades. He is going to let it go. We're not going to see... Oh, ace all in. Looks down at pocket aces in the small blind, blind versus blind, and he only has 15 bigs himself now. And he's going to opt to limp, try and trap who his aces, get maximum value that he can out of them here. Big blind checks back with king 7 of diamonds, and the flop becomes queen, queen 8, 2 diamonds. It's going to lead out for a bet of 1 million. Daniel, with his flush draw, will raise him up to 3 million here. And he will just make the call. Six of hearts on the turn, meaning the aces are still ahead here. Daniel just looking for a diamond, most of which have been folded, which is why his percentage is so low. Only the 10, 9 and 5 of diamonds are actually left in the deck. But he leads out 4 million. And seat number 1 is going to make the call. 9 of hearts on the river. The aces still are the best hand here. Daniel is going to turn his hand into a bluff on the river here. Can ace all in find the call here? If he can, he will double up and get himself right back into this with a huge pot, leaving Daniel with just 8 big blinds himself. But if he folds, he will be down as the short stack with only 8 bigs. Either way, we're going to have one of these two players join Noah down in the below 10 bigs short stack. He finds the call. He's double checking that he's good. And he'll show him the bad news. That is a massive pot for seat number 1. He's now up to 33 million in chips, knocking Daniel all the way down to just 8.5 million left. It was a very good call from the aces to get him that double up there. It's not an easy board to call on. Especially the way it was played all the way down. He check called all the way down. King Queen raising it up from an early position here, and it looks like it is just going to make it all the way through. It does. CISO is going to let that one go. So here we have another look at the chip stacks as they stand at the moment and the payouts for all the positions. As we can see, the next pay jump is over €2,500, over 10x their buy-in for a pay jump, giving them a 5-figure payday. Top 6 will all get a ticket into the World Series of Poker Europe main event in November. And obviously 116,000 up top for the winner as well. is Noah going to take this spot under the gun +2 with only 6 bigs, knowing the big blind is very quickly coming up behind him here. In which case he would have to put in a third of his stack for big blind and ante, so he needs a double up or to at least take the blinds down to help him pay for his next blinds. He does call for the triangle, he pushes it all in with King Jack. Frank does make the call and Noah is all in and at risk with King Jack against Frank's pocket sevens. We have a 50-50 flip. And that was me running away in the background so that I didn't see the outcome of this, as I happened to be walking past the table when I saw it all go red to come back in here. Noah hits the jack straight away. He is now massive favourite for a double up. Deuce on the turn, meaning Frank will need one of the 2 remaining sevens to eliminate Noah. He can't find it. Noah gets a full double up here, putting himself right back into this, back up to 16 million now when average is 20 million. I'm sure Noah's fan club are happy to see that. Martin going to look down at Queen 10 off here in an early position. Lets it go. Folds its way around to the chip leader on the button here. Doesn't have a playable hand, but he might try and make a move. He doesn't. He decides just to let it go. And the big blind gets a walk with ace 4. It's going to fold round to Daniel in the hijack, who's going to wake up with pocket aces and 8 big blinds, and he's going to push it all into the middle. Folds round to the big blind, Roman, with his jack 7 off. Only has 19 bigs himself, so we're going to have to let that one go. And Daniel will pick up the blinds with his aces. Here's a look at the chip stacks. Now, as you can see, Noah's gone up from bottom on the leaderboard up to 6th. Julian is our new short stack. Ciso still chip leader up the top there of the table. And there's a couple of players sat around 10 big blinds as well who are going to be looking to make a move at some point. Obviously, Daniel pulling himself off the bottom there, picking up those blinds with the aces. Martin is going to look down at Ace King under the gun here. He's going to know that Noah is going to be less likely to defend his big blind here from the way that he's been playing, taking less risks, especially after just building a stack. Every time he gets a double up, he tends to slow down and back away a little bit. So Martin will raise it up to the minimum amount of 2 million under the gun, hoping to price the big blind and maybe a couple of other players into this. So we're going to look down at pocket sixes, but out of position and facing an under the gun raise there. So just going to make the call. Hope to see a cheap flop. If he hits a 6, he knows he can go for the world. If he doesn't, he knows he can get away from it. Well, there's one of his 6s that's been folded. And Noah has pocket 4s in the big blind, so I imagine we're just going to see a flat call from him here. Again, with the same mentality of, if I hit a 4 on the flop, I can go for the absolute world. People will never see a small set like that coming. But if I miss, it's easy to get away from, and he is very priced into a min raise and a call here. So he does put in the call here from the big blind. Flop comes out Jack 9-9. 6 is currently ahead here. Noah's pocket 4s in bad shape after that flop against Ace King and 6s. But I imagine Martin will continue here with Ace King on this flop, in which case Noah can get away from it if Ace all in does call behind, of course. But a continuation bet here will most likely get both of them to fold. He goes for 2.8 million. So just over a third of the pot. Ace all in does let the 6s go, and Noah lets his 4s go. So Martin will take down that pot and again continue to chip up. He's keeping himself 50% above average stack at the moment. Nice, healthy position to be in here on this final table. So it's going to fold around to the blinds here, and I imagine Noah doesn't want to take too many risks here. So he's just going to let it go, give Martin a walk. Nice to see some support here for Martin in the chat as well. Obviously, I'm loving the Noah fan club, but it's good to see someone have a bit of support for one of the other players at this final table as well. At the end of the day, there are 9 of them. Any one of them could win the ring. Any one of them could do with support from friends and family as well. So, ace all in, raises it up under the gun here with Jack 10 of spades. Folds all the way around to Martin in the small blind, who looks down at Queen 10 of diamonds. Who's going to let it go? And Matthias, with 5 deuce off, will have to let his big blind go as well. So ace all in with his lucky final table scarf is going to pick up that pot. So it's going to fold round to Martin on the button here. He's going to look down at Jack 8 of hearts. Puts in the min raise to 2 million. Dice gone into the tank here with ace 7 in the small blind. Does eventually decide to let it go. And the big blind's going to fold his 5-3 off. Meaning Martin will scoop up another pot, increasing his stack here on final table, pulling further and further away from the shorter stacks, giving himself a chance to obviously make it much further and make it to some of the bigger pay jumps later on. Now we have CISO, the chip leader, look down at pocket 10s under the gun here. Will he extend his chip lead with this hand? Or if he does lose this hand, even a small pot here, then it means we will have a new chip leader at this final table. In Martin, of course. Folds all the way around to the small blind, who looks down at Jack 10 off and puts in the call, which prices in Daniel to make the call from the big blind as well, especially as him winning this pot now would double the size of his stack, even without anybody putting in anything else. Ace all in does flop the best. It comes Jack 5-3, all diamonds. No one has any diamonds in their hands, but Ace all in has hit one of his 3 outs of jacks against the pocket 10s. 9 of diamonds on the turn, putting 4 diamonds out there, which is going to kill any action as nobody has a single diamond. But as we can see, no one has a diamond. Then we know that if somebody does make a play here, they would win this pot. It is now a 3-way chop. The only way anybody is getting anything out of this is by having a bluff at it. Which it looks like CISO is going to do. He reaches for 5 million in chips and puts it into a 7 million pot. With a bet of that sizing, he knows they cannot risk to make the call, and that is why he's chip leader. He extends his lead here out in front with a great bet there on the river. Matthias has finally looked down at the hand he's been waiting for with 9 big blinds in the cutoff. He looks down at ace king of clubs and will no doubt be putting this in the middle. There he goes, all in. So our chip leader here is asking for a count. It is 9 big blinds. He has 40 big blinds. And he is sat in the big blind with a suited ace deuce of diamonds. I think it's too loose for him to make the call, but he wants to know how much it is, because if it was less, he would potentially be making the call here. But I think for 9 bigs, he doesn't want to risk his chip lead. No, he makes the right fold. Let's go of ace deuce there. So Frank now looking down at king 10 of hearts under the gun. Goes for the min raise, 2 million. Let's go fold all the way around, and he will scoop up that pot to pay for his next blinds and antes, which he is now in. So it's folded all the way around here to Daniel in the cut-off. Looks down at King Jack of Spades. With only 7 big blinds, an easy all in from that position. CISO, our current chip leader on the button, chooses to let it go. Julian is going to look down at Ace, Queen of Hearts in the small blind with only 5 bigs himself. And that is also going into the middle here. So we have an all-in and a call. Julian is at risk with Ace, Queen of Hearts against Daniel's King, Jack of Spades. There's only 700,000 chips difference between the two of them. Daniel having that slight edge. So if Julian wins, he will double up, and Daniel won't be out, but he'll be down to less than 1 big blind. So the two short stacks in against each other, which will basically put one of them in the fight and one of them out of it. Flop comes down Queen Jack 2. So doesn't really change anything. Daniel still needs a king or a jack. 7 on the turn, still looking for the 1 king or 1 jack left in the deck, or Julian will double up. Queen on the end, Julian will double up here, leaving Daniel with just 700,000 in chips. Less than 1 big blind at this point in the tournament. But as they say, chip and a chair. He looks down at Jack 2 very next hand afterwards and does choose to let it go, which is good because it shows that he's not given up. And chip leader is going to raise from the cut-off here with Queen Jack, and Frank is going to wake up with Ace King here in the small blind. He goes for all of it. 18 big blinds. I probably would have rathered see a value 3-bet here, because I imagine CISO is just going to fold to this with 18 bigs. Yeah. Whereas a value 3-bet might have got a call there. And Daniel wakes up with aces with less than 1 big blind. Goes all in, but obviously that is less than a call here, so action is still very much open between everybody else. Julian's going to raise it up from the cut-off here with pocket sevens. Frank lets his king jack go, and now Roman in the small blind, sorry, is looking down at ace jack off. Decides to let it go. Would be very out of position post flop with that. So now Daniel is all in and at risk with pocket aces. Flop comes down king 5-2. As long as Daniel fades a 7, 4 on the turn, 6 on the river, Daniel will get a lot more than a double up. He will 5x his stack now, getting himself up to 3.5 big blinds. Which obviously 3.5 big blinds, still very, very short, but with the average only being 20 big blinds, another double up now would put him back in the mix with the other short stacks rather than being just the only person very short himself. He's now going to look down at pocket threes and goes all in again for his remaining 3.6 million. And again, Julian is going to look down at a hand against him, picking up ace queen here. I believe the graphics are wrong. I believe he has 3.9 million. Julian will re-jam over the top with his ace queen here. Roman again looking down at a fringe hand that he's going to have to fold and get out the way with. This is looking like a very much repeat of the last hand, and if it is, then it means that Daniel will double up again here and get back into this race massively here. Big blind going to get out the way with 10-9 off. And we have pretty much a 50-50 flip here for Daniel to get back into this race or get knocked out of the tournament and be the first player to leave this final table and the last person to walk away with a 4-figure payday, leaving everybody else with a 5-figure payday. And 6 for the winner, of course. Now, the flop is 4-5-7. Julian looking for an ace or a queen still. 2 on the turn means an ace is no longer any good. He is now just looking for a queen here. 4 on the end means Daniel will more than double up again, getting himself up to 9.7 million now. Is no longer the only short stack. Got himself up to basically 10 bigs, which a couple of other players on the table are on as well. So in two hands, absolutely correct. He has spun up 700,000 to just below 10 million in two hands. Chip and a chair, got himself right back into this tournament. And now, third hand in a row, he's going to jam with Ace Jack. 3 all-ins in a row. Is he going to get a customer this time? Even if he doesn't, he will chip up to 12.2 million from 700,000 in 3 hands and no longer be the short stack on the table. Big blind also has 9 bigs. He's gone all in for 9.7 million, and the big blind has 9.9 million plus his million big blind in. So he has 10.9 million, but he is going to make the fold, and Daniel will chip up from 700,000 to 12.2 million in 3 hands. What an absolute comeback. If he can go on to win it from going down to half a big blind on final table, would be an absolute wonder. And this is exactly what poker is all about. A chip and a chair is all you need to get yourself back in it. Fantastic play from Daniel. Now it's going to fold all the way down to Roman in the hijack, who's going to look down at the ladies. He's going to raise it up to 3.5 million. The blinds have gone up, by the way. They are now 600,000, 1.2 million, 1.2 million for big blind and big blind ante. So Roman raising up to just shy of 3 big blinds here. It's going to make it through. He's going to pick up a 3 million profit in that hand, getting himself up to right about average, 19.7 million now, on average is 20.2. And here we have another look at the chip counts. As you can see, Daniel now in 6th with 12.2 million. When 4 hands ago, he had 700,000, half a big blind. All in and one, all in and one, all in, and made it through to get himself up 12.2 million and right back into this race. We have 3 players now below him with less than 10 big blinds. Noah has found himself back towards the bottom of the leaderboard here with only 8 bigs. Going to be looking for another double up here. Noah is going to let go of the ace there, weak ace in the hijack, and wait for a better spot to look for his double up here. It's going to fold round to blind v blind, obviously with Daniel, who's just made the miracle comeback in the big blind at the moment. But first up, we have seat number 1 with King 3 of diamonds in the small blind, who does push all in, and Daniel looks down at 6s and he makes the call. if Daniel wins this hand, he will be up to 23.2 million after being down to 700,000. But if he loses this hand, if the diamonds or the king comes, it would have all been nothing. It's a king in the window. King, queen, jack, 2 spades. 6 on the turn! Oh my God, he's turned him dead. Daniel has got himself massively back into this. He is up to 23.2 million in less than 6 hands. He has gone from half a big blind to over average. He has more than 10% of average. Over average. What an absolute comeback. Wow, wow, wow. We've not even lost a player yet, not even got towards the big payouts yet, but it is already shaping up as a very exciting final table. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there now that are going to be rooting for Daniel after this comeback. Because to see someone do a comeback like this, if he can then go on and win it from this position, then it gives everybody else hope that it's always possible, and a chip and a chair is always a real thing. Folds around to Ciso in the small blind, who's going to put the pressure on Julian here in the big blind and shove all in with his 9-7 of clubs. Forcing Julian to give up his blind and ante there. Again, it's going to fold around to Ciso here. The chip lead currently on the button. He's going to look down at King King. He's going to raise this up here. Basically a min raise from the button here. He wants to price the blinds into this. But they are going to fold and he'll take it down just to maintain his chip lead here in this tournament. Frank is going to make a move here from the small blind. Once it's folded around to him, he's looked down at an ace. He goes all in, putting the pressure on Roman, making him fold so that he can pick up the blinds here. And again, maintain his stack just above average here, keeping himself sitting in a good position on final table, which still clearly has a very long way to go here. Frank is going to make another move here with Jack 8 of clubs. Folds around to him on the button. He pushes all in. And now Roman has a decision from the small blind here, looking down at pocket 8s. Second hand in a row that that Frank has done this as well, which Frank's going to be considering. Noah is also going to let his big blind go, leaving him with just 6 bigs. Noah is going to give Martin a walk here, leaving Noah now with just under 6 big blinds. So a lot of players, a lot of people at the moment are discussing in the chat a few times here about the 10k ticket bubble and about the top 6 receiving that 10k ticket. Obviously it does make a difference here in terms of the payouts, and does make a big difference to the top 6 payouts. But within that, I would also say that a lot of the players that play regularly at Kings all tend to have tickets by the time November comes around, because every weekend there's between 4 and 6 tickets up for grabs in all the tournaments of the 10k main event tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe. So I wouldn't say that the ticket would be the biggest thing on their mind in this situation, especially with another 10 months until the World Series of Poker Europe main event comes around. There will be plenty of opportunities for them to get tickets. Most people that play regularly here tend to have 2 or 3 by the time the event actually comes around in November. Would I have folded the pocket 8s? No, I wouldn't have. A big factor for myself would have been the fact that it was the second hand in a row that he made that all-in move once it was folded round to him in position. Meaning the range that I'd be putting him on there would be a lot wider, which I would fancy the pocket 8s against. So I would be taking that opportunity to punish him making those moves, and I would be calling. But here we have an all-in and a call. We have 9-10 of diamonds, all in at risk against King Jack off. So seat 9, Matthias at risk with his 10-9 of diamonds. A 9 in the window. 9-8-3 is the flop. Matthias has now taken the lead. Martin is looking for running cards for a straight or a king or a jack. 8 on the turn means he only now has a king or a jack as outs, and 2 of which have been folded. A queen on the end means Matthias will be getting the double up here. He goes up to 14 big blinds, knocking Martin off of his essentially joint chip leader stack now down to 20 bigs. Still above average, but it does put Matthias straight back into this battle. Again, we're seeing a lot of short stacks doubling up at the moment, getting themselves back into this. This is still absolutely anybody's tournament at this stage. Now Roman is looking down at pocket tens in the hijack once it's been folded to him. He goes for a raise just below 3 big blinds here, goes for 3.5 million. Matthias looking down at Queen Jack off after just getting the double up. He is still below average, only about 20% below average now, but nonetheless still below average. He opts to let go of it. He's only just built his stack. Doesn't want to lose it straight away the very next hand. And the big blind is looking down at pocket sixes here. And he will count out his stack here. And puts in the call. The flop comes King 8-2. Roman is going to c-bet here, and I imagine that king is going to save ace all in because of the raise from Roman's position in the hijack. A king could very easily be in his range here. However, he is going to make the call and continue to the turn with his sixes here. Queen on the turn. Now it should be very easy for him to get away from this one, and it is. He does make the fold. Personally, wasn't a big fan of the call on the flop. The call pre to defend at the big blind with a pocket pair, absolutely 100% agree, correct thing to do. But a raise from Roman, who's been playing very, very tight, who then c-bets that flop. And there's two overcards to your sixes. Personally, not a fan of the call on the flop, but at least he let it go on the turn. Julian now with Queen Jack under the gun +1 with 6 big blinds. I imagine we're going to see him put it in the middle here. Obviously only 2 hands away from having to put in a third of his stack for big blind and ante. We do see it all go into the middle. Yeah, absolutely, I agree there. The 6s, he could have check folded them, check jammed them to represent the king if he didn't believe Roman, but check calling of the 6s, yeah, I disagree with. Noah now with Ace Jack in the hijack, who also only has 5 big blinds here. Actually has slightly less than Julian. And if he does manage to make the call here, he will be in very good shape to double up. If he's not taking this spot, I don't know what spot he's waiting for. With only 5 bigs left, the likelihood of you finding a better spot than this is very slim. He does put it all in. So we do have an all-in and a call. And once again, we have somebody at risk. There are still players to act. There might be a third party getting involved in this for all we know so far. But with the pay jump in place, I imagine we will just see it fold around, which it looks like it has. And Noah is all in at risk with Ace Jack against Queen Jack of Julian. Oh no, they have now changed. Changed the chip counts. It must have been incorrect. It is actually, in fact, Julian who is at risk with 7 million. And behind the flop comes 10, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. Noah has the ace of diamonds in his hand. 4 on the turn, meaning Julian needs one of the 2 remaining queens or he is out. 3 on the river. Julian will be eliminated from this final table. He will be the first person to leave this final table. Noah will get more than a double up from that hand and once again put himself back into this competition on the final table here. And with that, they all receive a €2,625 pay jump, guaranteeing them now all a 5-figure payday of €10,950. Come on, where's Noah's fan club gone? This is where you all usually spam the chat here. Noah's just doubled up, saved his tournament life and got himself back in this. There we go. There's all the support for Noah. And here we have the remaining 8 players. Ace all in, obviously the short stack down the bottom there with only 7 big blinds. CISO still chip lead, a very heavy chip lead now up the top with 38 big blinds, 25% of the chips in play, still 8-handed here. And everybody else fairly even, well, second, third and fourth, Frank, Roman and Martin all on around 20 bigs, and Daniel, Noah and Matthias all on around 15 bigs. And then obviously a massive chip leader at the top and a short stack at the bottom. So it folds round to blind v blind, and our massive chip leader in the small blind looks down at pocket 10s here. He reaches for raising chips and puts in a raise of 3.2 million. Which will make Frank fold, and CISO will just continue to chip up and extend that chip lead that he has over the rest of the table here. So CISO is going to continue to play the big stack on the table by pushing around and bullying some of the short stack, picking up pots where he can. He's playing the big stack very well, keeping his chip lead, extending his chip lead. And targeting the players that aren't defending their blinds, and targeting the players that are much more passive, trying to make the pay jumps, like Roman here. Getting him to fold and chipping up, extending that lead even further. So all players at this point in the final 8 guaranteed about 44 times their entry. Which is a fantastic return just for making top 8. The value in this tournament really is there, especially when you get to this stage in the tournament. So CISO continuing here to play that big stack. Daniel puts in the raise, CISO puts in a 3-bet and scoops up another pot, extending his lead even further. In other news going on elsewhere at Kings here at the moment, obviously as I mentioned earlier on, we have the PLO 2K High Roller 8 Max final day being played today, which is down to the final 4 players. It was €2,000 entry, and they're guaranteed €35,000 for the winner, 24,000, 15 and 11,000. The 50 stack is down to final 2 tables. And Noah has gone all in for 12 big blinds here, blind v blind, but Martin will just fold it here, and Noah will scoop up another small pot. Picks up the blinds, takes himself back up a little bit further towards average here. Daniel, under the gun +1, going to raise this one up here to just above a min raise here, 2.5 million chips with pocket 9s. After he's been quiet for a while, after spinning up massively. Folds all the way around to the big blind, who looks down at 10-3 of hearts. So his raise will most likely make it through here, and it does. He's now up to 19.5 million, virtually up to average now. CISO chip lead opening from an early position here with King 9. Frank now looking down at pocket jacks. Going for the 3-bet here of 5.5 million. And CISO is going to let this one go. And my best guess would be one of the jackpots just got hit on the slot machine. Although, to be fair, one more pay jump on this final table and these players are all guaranteed more than the jackpot that gets paid out in this casino. So... So this is the last hand of 600, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. And the hands will then be going up to 800, 1.6 million, 1.6 million for big blind and big blind ante. This will be the last level before the break, 45-minute levels. After this next level, they will be going on a 15-minute break in 45 minutes' time. Martin is going to open the betting from the hijack here with King Jack off. He's going to raise it up minimum amount to 2.4 million. Yes, the 116,400 does not include the cost of the 10,000 ticket one, so they win the 116,000 plus the 400 that they got given at the end of day one, plus a ticket as well on top of that. Ace all in is going to push all in here with 3 big blinds. With King Jack off. And the chip leader here, CISO, has woken up in the small blind with King Queen of clubs here. We might be about to lose another player from this final table. He does rejam all in to isolate. Frank looks down at King Queen off. He should be thinking this is not worth the risk here. And folding in this spot. WKid99, hopefully I will be joining you on the final table for the mystery bounty as well. Although day one is at the moment. So are you watching the stream whilst playing, or are you playing the day one tomorrow like I'm planning to? He does let the King Queen off go. And Ace all in is all in at risk with King Jack off against King Queen of clubs. King of diamonds, Jack of hearts. Here comes Queen for virtually flopping Ace all in bed here. Leaves them down to only 5%. 9 of diamonds on the turn does give him extra outs of the 3 10s. He does not hit one though. We are about to lose another player. We have just lost ace all in from seat number 1, leaving us 7 players remaining on this final table. They all just got a €4,650 pay jump now, guaranteeing them all €15,600. Ah, well, good luck tomorrow in the mystery bounty. We may well be on the same table at some point. I will be wearing my lucky all orange tracksuit, matching hoodie and matching hat as well. So if you see a guy dressed in all orange that looks like an idiot, then that is me sat at your table. Now, Daniel wakes up with ace king in the cutoff and shoves it all in. Frank, let's go with king queen again in the small blind, and Roman looks down at ace jack of diamonds in the big blind here with a decision to make. And he chooses to let it go, leaving himself with just 11 big blinds here. Not sure I understand your question, Fabian. Sorry. Do you mean country or currency? Ciso, the chip leader here, looking down at pocket fives in the cutoff. Push all in. Put the pressure on the short stacks. Yeah, King's Resort is in Czech Republic and only Czech Republic. There's King's in Rozvadov and King's in Prague. But the Rozvadov one, which is where we are at the moment, which is where all the bigger tournaments take place other than the European Poker Tour, is in Rozvadov, right on the border with Germany. It's pretty much the same distance from Munich as it is from Prague. So you do get a lot of Germans in this casino. I'd say more often than not, more than 50% of the players here are German because of the location of this casino. Ciso raising it up again from the hijack, this time with King 10. But Martin has woken up with the pocket rockets in the big blind here. And he's just going to flat call with the aces here. Jack 5 deuce rainbow is the flop. And he's going to check and lay the trap here. You can see that Ciso has been bullying the table with his stack, which is what he should be doing with a stack of that size. But now Martin is going to take advantage of this here. And Ciso does continue here for 1.6 million. Just one big blind here. Martin is going to think about this for a while and then put in a flat call, hopefully. Don't lose your customer just yet. He has gone for the flat call. Four on the turn. Martin now has the check mark, 100%. Now, will Ciso continue here? Or has he realised that something dodgy is going on? He slows it down and checks it back here. 7 of diamonds on the river. Unfortunately for Martin, Ciso hasn't even got there with anything on this board. He's managed to miss entirely. Martin's going to go for value here on the river. And he'll take down the pot, putting himself back above average now. So is we have anybody else in this chat at the moment watching this stream, watching it from Kings here, that plans on playing in any of the events in this World Series circuit? Martin making a move here from the button, going to raise it up, going to min click his king 5 on the button. Matthias looking down at pocket 4s in the small blind. This should be an easy jam here. He picks up a pocket pair with 6 big blinds. If you had a bigger stack, I would say different, but with 6 bigs, he lays it down. The main event. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be playing the main event on the 13th as well. Cannot wait for that. But obviously, if you guys hear me here commentating on the main event, then it means I didn't get anywhere in it. Mystery Bounty, 2K 8 max. Yeah, Mystery Bounty is always an exciting event. obviously from day 2 onwards when the bounties come into play. But here's another look at the chip stacks. 2 short stacks down the bottom. Noah and Matthias both with less than 10 bigs. And of course CISO still with that huge chip lead at the top of the table there. Have any of you that are playing any of the other events played any events so far in this World Series circuit? Obviously we've had a few events so far, as there's been the PLO Bounty, the PLO 6 Max, the mini main of course, as we are watching at the moment, the 1k PLO, the 2k PLO, the 50 stack, and Matthias with his 6 bigs is going to push all in with King Queen, and straight behind him Daniel, the comeback king, has his ace king here and is going to make the call. So Matthias, after waiting patiently is now all in at risk behind with King Queen, King of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds against Ace King, Ace of Clubs, King of Diamonds. So it's dominated on both suits as well, removing those outs. However, Slim, obviously that possibility is anyway, he still does not have that anymore. And the flop, 10-6-3, all diamonds. Eight of diamonds on the turn, and that is it. Daniel will turn him dead and get himself up to an above average stack, 20 big blinds, knocking Matthias out, going out in 7th place here, meaning everybody else has just received a pay jump of €4,750. 4,850 euros, and they are now all guaranteed 20,450 euros and a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket for day 1A in November. Daniel now in a very strong position after being down to just half a big blind, is now sat with a healthy stack with only 6 players remaining. Roman is going to raise this up here under the gun with pocket queens to 4.1 million, leaving himself just 10 big blinds left behind. And it will make it through. He will take it down. Going up 25.5 million now. One average is 30 million. Noah, still the shortest stack on the table here. Looks down at ace 3 under the gun with only 8 big blinds. And he does call for the triangle. Noah Rosenberg is all in. It very, very quickly folds around to the blinds. And it makes it through. He picks up the blinds. Gets a free orbit to keep himself in this tournament. He is now asking for a walk. He is claiming he hasn't looked at his cards, but he wants a walk. And he gets it. Noah is keeping himself in this tournament. He's managed to maintain around 10 big blinds for the majority of final day, keeping himself in, doubling up a couple of times, taking down the blinds with a few hands, and keeping himself steady and in the race. He now looks down at ace-9 in the small blind with only 10 bigs. He does push it all in. And Martin in the big blind has queen-6 off. Noah will pick up these blinds as well. He does. He's got himself back up to 13 big blinds. 2/3 of average now. Further onto the blind, and Martin in the small blind looks down at 8-4. We might well see another walk here. Unless he does try and get anything through here, but the run that Daniel's been on doesn't seem worth it. So let's it go. Now Frank with 12 big blinds is going to look down at King Jack of Diamonds under the gun here. And he is going to click it up to 3.2 million. And Noah looks down at Ace King. They don't have the stacks to be getting tricky here. They have 13 bigs and 12 bigs. I imagine he's just going to ask for the triangle here and push it all in. He does push it all in. and it makes it through. He keeps chipping up, and he is now up to virtually average 28.3 million with 17 big blinds. Noah is absolutely keeping himself in this tournament. Noah is now looking down at ace jack off suit. He's going to raise. The question is just of the size. Looks like 3.6. 3.5. Daniel now looking down at pocket jacks from the cutoff. Going to raise it up to 3.5 million. See so with a weak ace on the button here. Reaching for raising chips here. And putting in the raise of 7.6. Oh! And Frank now from the small blind with 7 big blinds is looking down at pocket queens. And pushes all in. And Roman has 9s. How many pairs are going to come out? From a raise, 3-bet, and then a 4-bet all in. Roman, luckily, should be able to get away from the 9s here. He does. Daniel is asking for a count here. He lets go of the jacks, and Ciso is going to put in the call with ace-6. Frank is all in at risk with queen-queen. Queen of spades, queen of clubs against ace of diamonds, 6 of hearts from Ciso. If his queens hold here, he will double up and be the first to take a chunk out of CISO of a noticeable size. The flop comes 6, 5 deuce, 2 spades. 6 on the turn! Oh my god! CISO has turned trip 6s. Frank needs a queen or he'll be eliminated from this tournament. And a 4 on the river. That's it. CISO will extend his chip lead over the rest of the table, eliminating Frank in 6th place. He will go home with €20,450 plus a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket from a €250 buy-in. And everybody else has now received an extra €5,250 pay jump on top of that. CISO is going to be a very difficult man to take down from this point. So we currently have 5 players remaining. Less than 10 minutes left on the level. 800k, 1.6 million, 1.6 million. And there will be a 15-minute break at the end of this level. Daniel's going to raise it up and take down another pot, maintaining his stack, which is impressive that he's managed to come back to this. Now, chip leader looking down under the gun at Queen Jack of clubs. Going to raise this one up. Minimum amount 3.2 million. And Martin with 15 big blinds is going to look down at Ace King, Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds. And we'll do the pose that's in his photo. a long posture, and now I reckon he's going to go for all of it. He does go all in, goes for all the biscuits here. Daniel's going to get out the way with Queen Jack off. He makes it through and he gets himself back up to close towards average now, 32.3 million, averaging 36 million. But you got to remember, average is very skewed because that does include the fact that the chip lead at the moment does have over double average. So the actual average between the rest of the players is going to be a lot lower than that when you take the chip lead out of the equation. This will be the last hand of the level here, guys. Daniel is going to flat call out the small blind with 8-7 off, and Ciso is in the big blind with 4 deuce off. And he'll check it back. And the flop, 9-9-7. Fantastic flop for Daniel's 7-8. He will check. Ciso puts in a minimum bet of 1.6 million. Daniel's just going to call. Five of clubs on the turn. Now putting 2 hearts and 2 clubs down there. Neither of them have a flush draw, but it's something they will be looking at here as well. Daniel's going to check again on the turn with top 2 pair, 9s and 7s. Ciso is going to up his bet here to 5 million on the turn. And Daniel is going to call. Jack of spades on the river. I imagine at this point they will both just go check, check. Ciso must know he's behind at this point. Once Daniel calls his 5 million on the turn, I can't see him continuing here on the river. Even though he would have to bet to win this pot, I think at some point you do just have to give up. He does give up and check it back, and Daniel will take down that pot. And that's it now. We will be going on a 15-minute break. I believe there's only 12 minutes left on it now. Here are the chip stats going into break. CSO is still big chip leader with 37 big blinds and 32% of the chips in play. And then down the bottom we have Roman with 13 big blinds.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks.
So forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but...
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough, though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack, Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-to-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 nines, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
no need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Right, and we are back with 5 players remaining now. And again, we will be playing down to the winner today. So going to raise it up here from the cut-off to 2 big blinds with ace 6 of hearts. Roman is going to shove all in from the button with just 7 bigs here. It's going to fold back round to Ciso, who I imagine will make this call. He called the last short stack with a very similar hand, and he does make the call again. So Rowan is all in, at risk and behind with King of Spades, 10 of diamonds against Ciso's Ace of Hearts, 6 of Hearts. And the flop comes Ace, Queen, Queen. Roman now only looking for the 2 remaining jacks in the deck for a double up, or Ciso will eliminate another player. 4 diamonds on the river, and Ciso will eliminate Roman in 5th place. Roman will be going home with €25,700 plus a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket from his €250 buy-in to this tournament. Now, all remaining players do receive a €6,200 pay jump, guaranteed now €31,900 plus the ticket. Ciso, who has nearly double the average chips with 4 players remaining, has nearly half of the chips in play. He's going to raise here under the gun with Ace Jack. He's looking more and more increasingly difficult for anybody to take this away from him. So Daniel gonna defend here out the big blind with Ace 4 of Spades. And the flop comes King 5-3, 2 diamonds. Neither player has any diamonds in their hand. But Daniel, of course, picking up additional outs with the wheel draw there. Now any 2 or 4 would do. He checks it over to Ciso, who's going to put in a continuation bet of 3 million. So 1.5 big blinds. Daniel is going to raise straight back to 7 million. And Ciso's going to make the call. So this pot is already bigger than half of an average stack. 9 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't improve either hand. Daniel will check the turn after check raising the flop. Ciso checks it back and improves with the jack on the river here. Not that he needed it, but it is going to make him feel a bit better about making this call here. Daniel will lead out for 10 million on the river. And if Ciso does fold here, this will be huge for Daniel. However, if Ciso finds the call here, he will extend his lead even further. Ciso does put in the call. Daniel will lose half his stack here, going down to one of the shorter stacks on the table now. And Ciso now has more than half of the chips in play four-handed here. Daniel puts in his last 11 bigs from the small blind here with King 8 of Hearts. It's going to make it through. He will get a couple of blinds back here. Daniel will push all in again next hand from the button with pocket fives, and again it will make it through. He's taken himself out of the shortest stack on the table now. And Martin will get a walk here with his ace-8 of spades. And you're going to limp out of the small blind here with ace-4 off. And Ciso looking down at a better ace here, ace-9. He's going to put maximum pressure on Daniel here and push all in, and Daniel will just have to snap fold. And to do changes, we're going to have a look at the chip stacked here. As you can see, a huge lead for Ciso here. 57% of the chips in play 4 ways. Noah down as the short stack at the moment with 9 big blinds, only 10% of the chips in play 4 ways. And Daniel Martin sat on very similar chip stacks at the moment, but all players guaranteed over €31,000 plus a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event day 1A. So he's just going to push all in from the small blind here with an ace, put maximum pressure here on Noah, who has to fold his big blind, taking him down just to 7 bigs left now. And only 4-handed, obviously those blinds are going to be coming round much faster. Daniel Min clicks it to 4 million under the gun with his pocket sixes here. Now we're going to have to fold, leaving himself just 6 big blinds now. Well, Martin is going to look down at pocket jacks in the big blind with just 12 bigs left behind. Every time Martin's postured for this long so far, he's ended up pushing all in. And he does again. He goes all in with his pocket jacks. And Souls will fold the sixes. Martin's just going to flat call here out the small blind with his jack 6. And Daniel will check back king deuce of clubs in the big blind. King in the window. King queen 4 is the flop. Goes check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. Martin goes for the bet of 2.5 million here. Daniel's just going to call. And a 6 on the river. Giving Martin showdown value here, so we'll probably just go check, check. Martin does check now that he has showdown value against ace high, against a 4, against a 5. Daniel's going to put in a thin value bet here of 4 million. Whatever happens here, Daniel will be moving back into second in chips on the table. Unless Martin gets really tricky here and jams and Daniel has to fold, but he doesn't. He makes the call and Daniel will go back up into second chip lead on the table. Yeah, absolutely. From chip and a chair, half a big blind, to being second in chips here, 4 ways. It is one absolute comeback from him. But in saying that, Noah has been the shortest stack on the table so many times, yet he is still here with just 4 players remaining. Martin's going to go all in for his last 12 big blinds with ace-10 offsuit. So just 4 players remaining here now out of a total of 3,647 entries into the WSOPC mini main event. Guaranteed a minimum of €31,900 plus a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So really putting max pressure here on Noah, making him fold his big blind, leaving himself just 4 big blinds left. Yes, there are a lot of events on here at the moment during the World Series of Poker circuit. So today is day 1A of the Mystery Bounty. There's day 1B tomorrow and day 1C on Wednesday. Today's the final day of the 2K PLO High Roller 8 Max, which only has 3 players now left in it. Today is also the final day of the No Limit Hold'em 50 stack. Also this week we do have the WSOP circuit, No Limit Hold'em Lucky Sevens, which day one is on Wednesday. You've got obviously all the Turbo Morning Bounty and Turbo Evening events, which are always run here at Rosvadov every week outside of the World Series of Poker, but still in this venue here. Thursday, you've got the No Limit Hold'em 2K8 Max day one, and the main event for the WSOP circuit does start on Friday as well. There's multiple events running next week as well. There's still other rings up for grabs. There's a No Limit Hold'em 6 Max, No Limit Hold'em Bounty Hunter as well. There's 11 rings up for grabs in total throughout this circuit series. Yeah, absolutely. CISO is playing that chip lead very well. Big stack bullying the table, and here Noah is going all in, suited ace with just 4.5 big blinds left. Martin going to make the fold, and so is Daniel. Noah will get himself back up to 6 big blinds. Still going to be looking for that double up. Unfortunately, at this point, this late on, picking up the blinds isn't quite going to be enough for him. He will need a double up if he wants to make it further. Under the gun now with King 6 off, with only 6 big blinds. Has to lay it down, knowing he's now going to have to put a third of his stack in the following hand for the big blind and ante. And CISO going to get a walk here with his King 9 in the big blind. I imagine unless Daniel wakes up with anything here, or Martin, of course, we're just going to... Oh, Martin has, though. He's got ace-king. I'm going to say, I imagine they would get out the way knowing that CISO is going to put Noah all in, but Martin doesn't want to get out the way with a hand like this. He does just push it all in, knowing how short Noah is in the big blind. No point playing games, just goes for all of it. CISO now has a decision on his hands with pocket fours in the small blind. And such a huge stack to play with. He does get out the way. Noah has Queen 7 of hearts and folds it, leaving himself just 4 big blinds behind. Ciso with Jack 7 of hearts on the button here does push all in, putting that pressure on the short stacks, who are both going to have to fold, and he will extend his lead even further. Yeah, Martin eventually makes the lay down there. Noah on the button with 4 big blinds, looks down at Queen Jack, puts it all in the middle. Martin going to fold here, and so is Daniel. Noah will live to see another day. Noah under the gun, 6 big blinds, looks down at ace 6 offsuit. An ace under the gun with 6 bigs. We'll probably see it all go in the middle here. It does, he pushes all in. Martin and Daniel going to get out of the way here, and Ciso with suited connectors here is asking for a count. He does make the fold. Noah is now up to 9 big blinds. That's well run. Ciso has ace 5 in the small blind on Noah's big blind. I imagine Ciso is just going to push all in here and again put that maximum pressure on Noah as the short stack in the big blind. He does put it all in the middle. Noah snap calls with ace-9. He is ahead. Noah is all in and at risk with ace of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Against Ciso's ace of clubs, 5 of spades. The flop, King, Queen, 9, 2 clubs. Obviously Ciso is holding the ace of clubs, so he does have backdoor flush draws. Other than that, the 9, no, there you have it. Noah is doubling up, 9 on the turn. Turns Ciso dead there. And Noah is now up to 17 big blinds. He's got himself once again, right back in this with a fighting chance. Ciso with Queen 10 on the button here, looking to get some of the chips back that he just lost in that last hand. He pushes all in. Noah folds the deuces. And Martin is going to have to fold his big blind, now putting him the shortest stack on the table. Not that there is much in it between him or Daniel anymore. And Noah is now looking down at Ace King. On the button, he goes for all of it. And he'll make it through. Noah now obviously second in chips. Hashtag triangle Noah. He does love to ask for the triangle. Now looking down at Ace Jack of Hearts under the gun. Chooses to lay it down because it is Ciso's big blind. And he knows with where he is second in chips and with the ladders available, if he raised and Ciso shoved, he would have had to fold, so he decided just not to play it at all. Whereas instead, if he did play it, he would be knocking out Daniel right now, most likely. And here we have a new look at the chip counts with Noah now in second, Martin now at the bottom of the table, and Ciso still chip leader with over 50% of the chips in play. Not saying I agreed with his decision, but that is the way that Noah has been playing all day. He's been folding, 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 blinding down to 10 bigs, and then shoving, getting a double up, and then folding and blinding down 10 bigs, shoving, getting a double up. And pretty much, if he's got a playable stack and he's not bottom of the table, then he's not been playing. Doesn't mean I agree with that. Just means that is what I've seen him be doing for the last 8 hours or whatever it's been. I'm going to push all in with ace 10 here on the button against the 2 shorter stacks, of course. Daniel with jack 10 here in the big blind. Going to lay it down, wait for a better spot here. Martin pushing in his last 5 big blinds now. With King 6 off. And he'll make it through. Gets himself back up to 8 bigs here. Now Martin is looking at King 6 again, under the gun this time with 8 bigs. And he will push it all in again. This time Ciso has a suited ace. Ace 3 of clubs. No, Ciso is going to rejam over the top and Noah's going to get out of the way. So Martin is all in and at risk with King of Clubs, 6 of diamonds. Against the Ace of Clubs, 3 of clubs of Ciso, who will eliminate another player and extend his chip lead if his ace high holds here. King in the window, King 4-3, 1 club. 10 of clubs on the turn. Ciso is now looking for any ace, any 3 or any club. Or Martin will double up. 9 of hearts on the river. Martin will double up and get himself back into the game. Daniel under the gun with ace jack here and only 9 bigs. He goes all in. Noah in the small blind looking down at King Queen of clubs. Noah is going to re-jam here. So Daniel is all in and at risk with ace jack off. Jack, jack 4 is the flop. 6 of clubs on the turn, giving Noah outs of the clubs. Except ace of clubs, of course, which would give Daniel the full house. 4 of spades on the river. Daniel is going to double up. Ciso will scoop up another pot to extend his chip lead here over this table. He knows that a lot of these players are looking at ICM and are just trying to make it further. And that's why he's raising the majority of the pots. So you can see for a while now, players on this table haven't been taking any unnecessary risks. But for a lot of these players, obviously paying a €250 buy-in tournament. The types of prizes which we have up top in this will be more than they've probably ever played for. And he knows that, and he's taking advantage of that and playing the big stack well. Martin going to raise it up here to 2 big blinds with pocket queens on the button. It will fold all the way around. CISO pushing all in there, putting maximum pressure on Noah, who has now had to fold his big blind, leaving himself with just 2 big blinds left. CISO picking up on all the same stuff that I was saying earlier on, that Noah will only tend to play against people with shorter stacks than him until he needs a double up, and then wait for a hand to try and get that double up. Martin will get a walk in the big blind with Ace King. Noah with less than 2 big blinds now. Gonna have to make a move at some point. Queen deuce of spades on the button. A suited queen is awful timing for him as Martin wakes up with pocket queens. This could be the end of Noah. Martin taking his time here. Obviously hoping to entice Daniel to get involved out of the big blind as well. But with ICM, Daniel's just not going to unless he picks up an absolute premium. So Noah is all in and at risk with Queen deuce of spades against pocket queens, and the flop 6, 8, 6, 1 spade. Ace of clubs on the turn, turns Noah dead, and we're going to lose him from the final table here, leaving just 3 players remaining. Which means Daniel's comeback from half a big blind to win the tournament is still a possibility here, with just 3 players remaining. Daniel going to take this one down from the small blind here, getting himself up to 48,000 now. Noah limping in here from the small blind into Martin in the big blind. With 3 deuce off, Martin has jack 4 off in the big. Obviously, Noah going out there was short stacked for a very long time, kept keeping himself in it, and eventually walked away with €31,900 plus a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. They are now all guaranteed after that another €12,400 more, so 44,300 plus a ticket from here. Now, CISO has connected with the 3, but Martin has the 4 with a jack high flush draw to go with it. CISO going to bet 2.5 million. Martin going to make the call here. Martin is now up to average, and the stacks are now much more even. CISO no longer has a huge chip lead now. There is now only 12 big blinds difference between first and third chip stacks. CISO with King, Queen of Diamonds, raising it up here on the button. Martin putting in the call from the small blind with King 7 off. Daniel also with a king here. All three players have kings. And he does also put in the calls here if the case king does find its way out on this flop. However unlikely. Jack 6-4 is the flop. So Daniel from furthest behind actually goes ahead here. Ciso with 2 overs, backdoor diamonds and a backdoor straight draw. Daniel obviously connecting with the middle pair of 6 with a decent kicker. Whereas Martin has completely missed that flop. Other than a backdoor straight draw with his 7, but he's not going to continue for that reason. So Martin does get out the way here. Daniel looking like he's about to check raise here. To 14 million. And if Ciso folds here, which I imagine he will, all 3 players will be on virtually even stacks. Which would mean from here it is anybody's tournament to win. Fantastic play there from Daniel. The check raise to take down the pot and put all 3 of them on virtually identical stacks here. This is now anybody's tournament to win. And this could get interesting. Martin is the shortest stack on this table with only 1 big blind smaller than average. So that shows how tight it is between all 3 of these players here. He is going to put in the raise on the button with ace 4. Daniel going to fold out the small. And if Ciso folds here out the big, then just like that, Martin will become the new chip leader. Ciso is going to defend with the king 2 of hearts. Suited king out the big blind 3 ways, defending to a min raise. Fairly standard call here. 8, 7, 3, 2 clubs and a spade. not what either player wants to see. Martin does have the backdoor clubs with the ace of clubs in his hand, and believes on a flop like that his ace high is probably still good here. But he does check it back. 3 of spades on the turn. And there's the ace on the river. I wonder if Ciso is going to try and rep that ace. He doesn't. He does just check. Now Martin has showdown value. I can see him just checking this back. Doesn't want to give Ciso the opportunity to get tricky here on the river. Against the big blind, you might want to go value against an 8 or a 7, but it would have to be quite slim here, which he is going small with it. 5 million. 4, even smaller than I thought, 4 million. And Ciso does make the call with his king high. Nice bet there on the river, very slim value bet, inducing the call from king high there to chip up and take the new chip lead. Which also means that Ciso is now the short stack from chip leader down to 21 big blinds. As you can see, there is still not much in it at all. This could be a very long and interesting night, this one. Still all three with very playable stacks. See, so going to limp here out of the small blind. I imagine we're going to see some quite conservative play here between these three guys. As we discussed, this will be the biggest cash of their careers, and all very even in stacks, and the size of the pay jumps. None of them are going to want to take too many risks here. Martin taking down another pot there to pull slightly further ahead and push Ciso a bit further down in the chip stacks. Yeah, Martin going to let it go, give Daniel the walk. You don't see many walks three-handed. But with 6-3 off, it's one of those hands that you don't really have much of a choice with. Martin now with ace jack on the button 3 ways. You're going to see him raise them up. Here is just what size is he going to go for. Goes for a min raise of 5 million. Really trying to target the other guys, keep them in the hand here. And what? Ciso is going to make the call with 10-5 of spades. Ace straight in the window. Ace, king, 4. No spades. Backdoor Broadway and backdoor wheel is the only thing working for Ciso here. Not enough for him to continue if Martin puts in a bet here. Martin does continue for 4 million. And we're just going to see Ciso throw his hand away here. Daniel putting in the min raise with his queen 7 of hearts here. Martin defending out the big blind with the ace of hearts and 4 of spades. And the flop. King, king, 9, 2 hearts. It goes check, check on the flop. 2 of diamonds on the turn. So Daniel is looking for any queen, any 7, or any heart. Two to 1 underdog in this hand, but does have a lot of outs here. Martin's going to put in the bet of 4.5 million. Daniel will call. Looking for a queen, 7 or heart. The river, 4 of diamonds. He won't find it. Martin will make 2 pair, kings and 4s with an ace kicker on the river here. He'll check. Daniel looking to turn his hand into a bluff here on this river. And we'll bet 10 million on the river here. If Martin can find a call here, he will extend his chip lead. If not, Daniel will take the new chip lead. Martin does fold, and thanks to a great bet on the river there from Daniel. He's come back from half a big blind earlier on this final table, and he is now the new chip leader with only 3 people left in this tournament. This could be an amazing comeback for him. Ciso raising up from the button here with Queen 6 of spades. Running into Daniel's King Queen of diamonds in the big blind here. Who is just going to flat call here. If a queen comes out, this could be the end of Ciso. It doesn't. Ace, 9, 8, 2 hearts. Nobody has any hearts, and neither have connected with that board. Ciso's only outs are the 3 6s left in the deck. Daniel does have running diamond opportunities. Ciso is choosing to represent that board here. Six of hearts on the turn, leaving Daniel now with just the 3 king outs. Ciso's going to check the 6 back as well, and a 3 of spades on the river here. And Daniel goes for all of it here, turning his hand into yet another huge river bluff to extend his chip lead here from half a big blind to 33 big blinds, 3 ways here at the end. Fantastic play there. Daniel again putting the pressure on Ciso now, who is now all the way down to just 8 big blinds. And Daniel has a commanding chip lead here late on in this tournament. A chip and a chair. Martin getting a walk here in the big blind with ace-5 off suit. Now on 22 big blinds. 30 big blinds for Daniel, 22 for Martin and 8 for Ciso. Now Ciso on the button with 8 big blinds, looks down and finds an ace. He goes for all of it. Shoves all in for his last 8 big blinds. Martin asking roughly what he has. Although with Daniel behind him and only King 8 off, I imagine he will get out the way of this one. He does fold. Oh, and Daniel has ace queen of clubs, puts in the snap call here and is favourite to eliminate Ciso in 3rd place and have a huge chip lead, heads up for the ring. Oh dear, the flop is Queen 8-7, 2 clubs. Ciso is drawing virtually dead. He will need the 2 of diamonds and 2 of hearts running. Daniel turns the flush. That's it. Ciso is eliminated in 3rd place. We'll be taking home €44,300 plus a €10,350 main event ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe. And Daniel and Martin will be battling it out heads up. 2nd place taking home €65,000 in the ticket and 1st place taking home €116,400 plus the tickets. Daniel will be coming back as big chip leader, heads up. They'll be doing a quick chip price and we will be back shortly.
Okay, 10 minutes break. We will start 23 o'clock, okay? What? 23, 11 o'clock, okay?
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60
by Volkov. Up to 165 now, the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. Considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at Kings. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small showed the ace-king. Obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited with pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small
Home TV, stream.
with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kuru's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go. Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot.
46 left, main event.
With action behind, like...
Минимум дамы. Минимум дамы. Не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто don't know about that. Здорово.
Well, comments aside, we're going to play for 760.
Look at the glance. Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like... Hey, pal. Be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop. Presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen. And the 9 on the turn. A dagger. Delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn? On this river. That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better. Hello and welcome back to the WSOP No Limit Hold'em mini main event final day. We are now heads up between Daniel Sauls and Martin Sladek for the €116,400
plus the ticket, and of course the World Series of Poker circuit ring. Daniel Sauls is current chip leader with 39 big blinds to Martin's 22. But as we've seen, Daniel has come back from a chip and a chair earlier on the final table with just half a big blind to bring himself right back into it as chip leader here. Anything can happen. Let's shuffle up and do. Now, as you will see, the grey chips have been removed from the table, the 100,000 chips. During the break, they did chip them up, and those black chips that you see are the brand new 5 million chips, which is the first time that they have been used in Kings. Great to see. So Martin with a suited ace, ace deuce of spades here on the button. Going to raise this one up here to 7.5 million, 2.5 big blinds. Daniel with 9-8 off, heads up, is going to defend here. Flop comes 7, 5, 7, 2 diamonds. Daniel has the 8 of diamonds in his hand and has obviously flopped the inside straight draw, looking for the 6 there. One of the 7s is a spade as well, so Martin has a backdoor spade draw with the ace deuce of spades, but other than that hasn't really connected with this flop at all. He will put in the c-bet though, heads up of course, to 6 million. Which Daniel is going to call. Six on the turn, giving Daniel the 9 high straight. He's going to check it. Martin checks back, and ace on the river here could be the fastest, heads up all over. But it's not, it is the king of spades on the river. Daniel will lead out for 20 million here on that river. Martin, gonna let it go. And with that, Daniel will extend the chip lead now with 2.5 times Martin's stack. Daniel going to raise his Jack 3 up here from the small blind. Min raised 6 million. Martin is back to his all-in pose. And he does go for all of it. Daniel will fold here in the spot with Jack 3. No, they haven't made a deal officially. Officially, no deals are allowed in the World Series of Poker in any of their events. Doesn't mean that unofficially on that 5-10 minute break they didn't make a deal, but obviously we wouldn't be aware of that. Martin now looking at ace 10 in the small blind, just going to limp in here. Flop comes down 8, 5, 3, 2 spades. Neither one connecting with that board. Daniel with a couple of backdoor straight draws and a backdoor diamond draw. And Martin with essentially just 2 overs. But heads up, he's got to feel that his ace high is good here. You see that's enough to take it down here. Daniel will just fold the 10-6 here. So a deal, if it was allowed, for example, would be instead of 116,000 and 65,000. Obviously, in total, that means that you've got 181,000 there in the prize pool. So they could say, let's both take 85,000 each and just play for the last 11,000 in the ring. Things like that are what people sometimes discuss about with deals, or if one person's got a big chip lead, they could agree that that person is going to secure more. Maybe 90,000 and 80,000 and play for the last 11,000 and the ring. But obviously in the World Series, deals aren't allowed, and they're also not allowed on TV tables at Kings officially. As I said, it doesn't stop players sometimes from whatever they discuss in their own time, but that would be a case of after they get paid out from the tournament, they then personally give the other person the money they agreed upon. So they're both connecting with the 4 on this board here, but Daniel obviously with the 2 pair now on the turn. He's going to put in a bet here of 8 million, sorry. Now, it's a very wet board, 3 diamonds, a lot of straight opportunities there, so Martin does decide to let go of the 4 with no straight outs, no flush outs in his hand. Martin gonna raise it up here from the small blind. Obviously heads up, most hands we're gonna see raises, most hands we're gonna see calls and defends from the big blind here. When you're playing a tournament with big blind ante, heads up, obviously you're massively priced in on most hands. And once again, Daniel will out flop Martin, connecting with the 5 on a 5 deuce deuce flop. They both have backdoor clubs, so a club on the turn could be interesting. Running clubs, I imagine, would be the end of Martin in this tournament. And Daniel, I'm not a fan of that move, scaring off his customer here, removing the opportunity of running clubs. Not that obviously he knows that, but I can see why he made that move, just because personally I'm not a fan of it. With 5 deuce deuce and he's got the 5, he knows that Martin probably has 2 cards bigger than the 5, and he doesn't want to get outdrawn on the turn or river. So just take it down whilst you're ahead. So we had a whole Noah's fan club earlier on. Oh dear. Daniel chooses a bad spot to go all in with 6 deuce off. Trying to put the pressure on Martin, who looks down and wakes up with 10s and is now a huge favourite to double up, which will put them fairly even in chip stacks as well here. Unless, if Daniel does find a way to win this hand, he will win the whole tournament. He hits the deuce on the flop. If we now see a 6 or a deuce, Daniel will take this down and win the tournament. Now only a deuce will do, or Martin will double up here. Oh, we got his 6 as well for 2 pair, but unfortunately, because the board was paired with the queens there, unfortunately for Daniel, of course, means that the 10s have a better 2 pair of queens and 10s rather than the queens and 6s. Martin will double up. They will go close to even in stacks now. And this could now lead for a very interesting heads-up battle. Now, I'm sure Daniel is kicking himself after that mistake there, because he's now given Martin a huge fighting chance at winning this ring and the 116,000 euros that comes with it. But as I was saying before that hand, obviously we had a big fan club for Noah earlier on. Now we're heads up with Martin and Daniel. Who do you guys want to see win this? Who do you guys want to see take home the ring from this position? Split answers. Do we have a tiebreaker from anybody? Daniel just going to limp this time with the 6-4 rather than do any crazy moves again. And Martin looking down at ace 8. Ace of clubs, 8 of hearts. Going to raise it up. Daniel will get away from this one this time. If only he did that with the 6 deuce, he'd be in a better position right now. I have to say, everyone loves a comeback. Everyone loves an underdog to win it. With Daniel being down to half a big blind earlier on the feature table and going on that crazy spin up, it would be good to see him come back from that to win the ring. But of course, Martin, as a local here, actually from Czech Republic as well himself, it's always great to see a local win one of these tournaments. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. From half a big blind to winning it in the biggest World Series of Poker circuit event, mini main event, would just be an incredible story. Five of spades on the turn, giving Daniel the 7 high flush draw. Martin with obviously jacks and fives. Ace of spades on the end, double pairing the board, but giving Daniel the flush draw, the flush here. Puts in a value bet at the end here. We'll take it down with the flush to go back into the chip lead now. Martin with king 5 of diamonds in the small blind. And raise it up 700,000. 7 million. And Daniel with ace 7 of diamonds now. Just going to make the call. If we see some diamonds here, this could be all over. 5-3-5, not a single diamond. Martin does flop trip 5s though. He'll check it back. 9 of hearts on the turn, putting 3 hearts down on the board now. Martin going to lead out for 9 million here. Daniel making a good lay down there. With ace high, heads up on a paired board. Nine, 8, deuce, 2 clubs. It's a good flop for Daniel, 6-3 of clubs here. puts in a bet, and he'll take it down to keep his chip lead over Martin. Martin picking a bad spot to raise it up with a weak hand here. Raises it up with 10-3 off into Daniel's ace queen. Daniel is unfortunately going to scare off his customer here by 3-betting it up to 21 million. But nonetheless, it will extend his chip lead here. Martin is going to fold the 10-3. With less acting than I was expecting before letting it go. Daniel with another ace here, heads up. Going to raise it up, 2.5 big blinds. 2 1/3, he's gone for 7 million. Martin putting in the call here with Jack 3 off. Defending his big blind, as you should, heads up. The flop comes ace, king, 9, all hearts. Martin is holding the Jack of hearts, and Daniel has flopped 2 pair. Heads up, this could be a big action flop here. Is Martin going to make a big move here? He does not. He opts just to call and see the turn, which is the king of spades. Not anything that either of them wanted to see on the turn. Five of clubs on the river. And Daniel will now extend his chip lead, but we're not going to see anything crazy from this here with a run out like that. Daniel has his big chip lead back that he had at the start of heads up now. He has got back the chips that he lost there. He's back up to 42 big blinds now, 69% of the chips in play. Whereas Martin has 19 big blinds. Both still well in this race here. Martin is going to look down at the Brunson in the small blind. Yeah, exactly that. He was down to half a big blind with just 700,000 in chips earlier on today on this same final table, and now has over 125 million chips. Incredible comeback. He's going to raise it up here with Queen 10 of diamonds to 7 million. This could be it. Martin picks up a pair, heads up. And calls. Come on, guys, your heads up. Where's the aggression? The flop comes ace, 9, deuce, 2 clubs. Martin does have the 3 of clubs in his hand working in his favour. This heads-up battle could have been over a few times already if they picked up their aggression. Martin going to let the 3s go, and Daniel will continue to extend his chip lead here. Martin now with 14 bigs, looking down at King 9 of diamonds. Yes, Daniel was down to 0.7 big blinds earlier on this final table. Are we going to see Martin pick up the aggression here and jam a suited king here, heads up, with only 14 bigs? We are. He does move it all in. And it makes it through. He will pick up the blinds here. This is why you need to be using that aggression more often in this heads-up play here. Daniel with ace 3 of hearts. Raised 7 million here. shows him the ace. Max's hand. Martin looking down at Jack 10, heads up with 14 big blinds. Opts to limp here. Now Daniel with the big chip lead has Martin limp into him, looks down at King 2 and decides to check it back. And the flop. Ace, Queen, 8. 2 spades. Neither player have spades in their hand. Martin has flopped the double gutter though. Any 9 or King will give him a straight. Any Jack or 10 will put him ahead. There it goes, check, check on the flop. Deuce of spades on the turn. Daniel has now hit his 2. Putting him ahead, but doesn't really change anything. As Martin's outs are still the same. The 9 on the river, however, does give Martin the straight. Martin has gone back into his all-in pose. Might have to go make myself a coffee before seeing what Martin does here. He bets 10.5 million. Now, Daniel, of course, only with the bottom pair of 2 should be able to find a fold here to a bet of that size, and he does. New blind levels of 2 million, 4 million, 4 million. Daniel's going to min raise and Martin will just call this here. in the flop, ace, king, deuce. So Martin does actually outflop Daniel here by connecting with the deuce on the board. Daniel is looking for a jack or running spades to win this pot. Or for Martin just to fold. Now Martin's going to call a raise pre, heads up, and then actually hit on the flop and fold. Not entirely sure why he would call the raise pre in the first place with that hand, unless he was simply just looking for the flush. Especially in heads up, you've got to be expecting the c-bet on the flop. It doesn't mean your opponent has hit. Now Martin has actually woken up here with ace jack of clubs. Now we're going to see him put his fist to his head, think for a while, and then jam all in. There's the fist to the head. Here comes the thinking. And then just a call. Okay. I nearly got it all correct. Not sure why he's letting his opponent see a free flop heads up, because if he does get out flopped here, it could be trouble. He doesn't. They both entirely missed the flop. Martin does have the backdoor clubs working for him. And two overs, of course, and his ace-jack most likely is still ahead, but with a flop of 9-6-4, that is very much more in Daniel's check-back big blind range than it is Martin's range here. So with how Martin's been playing, Daniel might actually be able to steal this one. And he does steer it away from Martin. Heads up with ace jack of clubs. Thank you. I was looking for the best word I could use there and say professional, unorthodox. That was a very unorthodox way of playing there. Slim Donkey, I'm pretty sure more of your messages are being blocked from this than are actually coming through. I get to see the ones that are blocked coming up. I will not be repeating any of them on the stream. That's all I'll be saying. So, Queen 8-5. is the flop. Martin picking up the inside straight draw here. And same with Daniel, but looking for different cards for it. Ace of spades on the turn. Daniel is going to bet this here, knowing that Martin is just folding the majority of hands here. Very much has been folding his stack away, but he is going to call here with his double gutter, looking for a 9 or a king. Obviously he doesn't need it, but in terms of for him to be able to call the river, he doesn't get it. He is 100% in this hand, but Daniel will most likely be able to steal this away from him with a bet here, with the way that Martin's been playing. Daniel bets 10 million on the river. And Martin will once again lay it down. Daniel will steal another pot from him. Daniel is undoubtedly outplaying him heads up here. And I have to say, after Martin will give Daniel a walk. He has pocket jacks. Slim Donkey has been put in the naughty corner on the chat and has been given a timeout for 10 minutes. Which, with the decision making of these players, could be 1 or 2 hands. Daniel just going to limp in here with the ace-9 to induce some action from the short stack of Martin, of course. Martin just looking at 4 big blinds here. So Daniel knows that Martin will be sticking in here with a wide range of hands, and he's hoping for that to snap call with the ace-9, but Martin looks down at 5-3 off and will just check it back. Doesn't really have a hand that he can do anything with, unfortunately. However, ace 5-3 is a complete action flop. This should go all in cool with 4 bigs. Now, check raise, Martin. Come on. There it is! He puts the check raise all in. Daniel snap calls and is going to get shown the bad news that he is behind to 2 pair of 5s and 3s. He can't believe it. He tabled his hand like he was about to win the ring. But an ace or a 9, and this will all be over. Now an ace, 9 or king, and this will all be over. If not, Martin is doubling up with 2 pair 5s and 3s. Oh, he boats up on the river. Martin will double up and get himself back up to 11 big blinds, back into this heads-up race here. And now Martin has an ace, 10 big blinds. Very next hand, is he just going to rip it all in here? Probably not, but I'd like to see it. So it goes limp check pre, Daniel with Jack 8. And the flop, Jack 9, 7. This could be it. Daniel bets 5 million, Martin just calls. 5 of hearts on the turn doesn't change anything. Goes check, check on the turn. And a 3 of hearts on the river. Means Daniel does have 100% here. He bets 10 million. And Martin probably folding here. Martin puts in the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news of the Jack 8. Martin is now down to just 6 big blinds. Is he going to get himself back into this, or is this going to be over fairly shortly? And here's a look at the standings. Daniel with 86% of the chips in play, a commanding chip lead for the ring and the 116,000 euros that comes with it. Martin goes all in with his Queen 6 of Hearts, and Daniel snap calls with King 5 of Diamonds. He is favourite to win this all in, and if he does, he will win the ring and the 116,000 euros that comes with it. If his King High can hold here, Ace 9 6. Martin outflops him, hitting a 6 on the flop. A 3 on the turn means Daniel needs his king to win this tournament. A 4 on the river. Martin is going to double back up to 9 big blinds, putting himself back in it. Daniel is still hefty chip leader, but obviously anything can happen. Another double up would change that drastically. Daniel going to push all in from the small blind with Queen 7 of Hearts. Martin going to make the call with King 4. This time he is favourite to double up again. However, if Daniel can find a Queen, a 7 or 3 hearts, he will eliminate Martin in second place and win the mini main event. Here's the flop. Ace 9 4. No hearts. Martin has yet again outflopped Daniel. Not that it changes anything. He still needs a Queen or a 7. 8 on the end. Martin will double up again to 18 big blinds now. 72 million chips, and Daniel on now down to 109 million chips. The stacks are getting a lot closer to even. And now this is anybody's game. They are both back in it. Martin looking down at Queen 9 in the small blind. Raising it up to 8 million. Daniel with 9 6 of clubs. Most likely going to defend here. He puts in the call to defend. The flop is 7 4 deuce 2 spades. Martin holding the 9 of spades in his hand. Welcome back, Slim Donkey. Did you learn your lesson from being sent to the naughty corner, or? Daniel's going to put in a bet on that flop, and Martin's going to fold. Oh dear, you really didn't learn your lesson. Okay. Not repeating that one. Daniel going to limp out of the small blind here with 8 deuce off. Martin looking down at Queen 3 of diamonds. Gonna check it back. They both flop open-ended straight draws here. Daniel the lower end, Martin the higher end. This could be it. Flop goes check, check. 3 of spades on the turn. Martin checks. Daniel puts in a bet of 8 million. Martin going to make the call here. After hitting his 3 on the turn. 4 on the river. Martin does have the winning hand here. He's going to check it. Daniel leads out for 12 million on the river. And Martin is going to lay down the winning hand again. Daniel will steal it off him. Chip up, extend that chip lead. Martin looks down at King 4 here with 11 big blinds. I thought he was putting it all in then. Thought that would be a quick decision. He does put it all in. Oh, and Daniel's got King Queen. He makes the call. Daniel is massive favourite. He is a 3-1 favourite to win this tournament. The ring, the 116,000 euros that comes with it. But Martin, of course, is still live. Ace, Jack, 5 is the flop. Seven on the turn. Martin needs a 4 and a 4 only, or he will be out in second place. And it's a deuce on the end. Daniel is the winner. He will take down the field of 3,647 players and become the winner of the biggest World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event, taking home the ring, 116,400 euros and the 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe Main Event ticket. Congratulations to all players that made it into the money in this tournament, and all the players that made it to final table and final day today as well. And obviously a huge congratulations there to Daniel, coming back from half a big blind to win the tournament is an absolute result. Congratulations.